Hello everyone and welcome back to the NECC full split. I am Hazza, once again joined on the mic by Cairo. It's a Monday night, it's Valorant, no better place to be. How you doing, mate? Really, it's stressing that wave as much as possible. The jazz hands almost, it's time.
Oh, mate, do you know what? It's NECC. We've had all the troops in the call. It's been nice catching up with everyone, but I'll tell you what, I can't wait to get in towards this one. This match is going to be a million ducks.
Yeah, it certainly is, right? The $1 million matchup. It's incredibly pivotal for at least one of these teams. Placement a little bit more for Purdue, but their opposition for tonight, we can get a look at that roster. It's going to be SIUE Black or SIUE Black. I don't know. That's probably what I'll end up calling it, right? We've got Blursky, Dank, Remy, Dimonofara, and Toomey. I'm just going to stick that with Demon as well. You know, some real difficult ones here, already causing us some challenges in the challengers bracket.
Man, like, whenever I come in towards this NECC, they always like to give me a challenge, Hazza, because of my accent. Demon of Hara is going to be an interesting one for me to try and pronounce, but I'll tell you what, let's get into the next one. Let's get into Purdue and see exactly what they've got on show for us, Hazza.
Yeah, a very strong team, currently ranked first in their bracket. 6-1, only dropping 3 maps total across the tournament so far. Garden, Quantum, Vito, Scotch, and Anthem, the players that make up that team. So they're going to be putting up fierce competition here. It'll be incredibly difficult for SIUE to try and pry away a result from them, but it would mean a lot. Their playoff hopes depend on it, and it's something that is pivotal for them to, stay in this tournament. For Purdue Black, it's more about bragging rights, keeping themselves on the top spot and not slipping to second or third.
Yeah, exactly. They've got to keep up the best performance as possible. I mean, realistically here, this is now crunch time. Next week we go into playoffs, and I cannot wait to get into that as well.
Yeah, 100%. Let's get a quick look at the veto and see which maps it is exactly we will be going to here. Because, like I said before, Purdue, they've only dropped a couple, right? So coming into this, they're going to be feeling incredibly confident. With the vetoes as well, it's quite a lot of what we've seen so far already. And no Fracture, though, actually, I think is probably the biggest surprise here. But starting out on Bind and going into Ascent, quite a few favourites among most of these teams.
Yeah, I'm looking forward especially to Haven if we do get there, Hazza. It's probably one of my favourite maps in the map pool because there's a lot of ebbing and flowing, there's a lot of that momentum based play. But Bind is the first up, and again, it's a one that keeps popping up consistently, especially last season, but now into this one.
Yeah, 100%, right? Ascent being the most picked map as a whole, tournament-wide, last split. And then this split, still ever-present. Bind, like you mentioned, too. Also, in that top cut of maps that we've seen. Fracture, like that's the one that I'm a little bit surprised we're not seeing through here, because a lot of teams did actually like to play in towards it, but I guess that does differentiate from the challenger bracket to the champions bracket and so on and so forth. Haven as the decider, like you mentioned, I think probably the map which is in the best place currently in the meta, other than Ascent being such a common pick, but Haven, more of those off-piste kind of choices, but still one which really delivers a lot of value in terms of the different agent selections you can go for, the ways that you can play it, and ultimately what it requires of a team. But Bind is where we start, and we get a look at some of these agent drafts.
I think this, I was about to say, this is almost mirror matchups, Hazza, except for that Phoenix of Blackfire if they decide to lock that in. Someone or an agent that has been really popping up all over the place, and frequently, but most frequently within Peril.
Yeah, we do see a lot of Phoenix in Pearl, but Bind, I think, as well, has an argument for itself, right? I like Haven, actually. It's one of the few maps where Phoenix used to get a run in previous. This one here, yeah, I'm not too sure about the Phoenix Bind pick. We've seen a couple of teams use it. I know back in EMEA, CGN Esports are a big fan of it. Benny would be the one to play that role, but this time, of course, it's Blackfire. Looking at the comps and what they have, really, it is just that singular change in duel list here between the two teams, and personally I do prefer Blursky on that raise.
Yeah, I really do. The combination with the Fade has is pretty much standard, and this has been a really big raise map for as long as I can remember. The fact that there's such little movement to the fact that there's a lack of movement on sites, those paint shells can really isolate those duels.
Yeah, right. It's those close quarter combat duels that are being taken that you're trying to highlight here, right? Because the amount of utility damage you can do with Raze is so great. Lacking the amount of space to try and maneuver away from it means that she's that much more potent. Starting out from the attacking side, it's just another feather in the cap of SIUE Black when it comes to what they have to, clear out space. That is the main thing that both of these comps will actually have going for them, that they're playing double initiator instead of double control. bowler, so I'm expecting a lot of explosive executes. And also, we really should be looking to them taking control on all areas of the map and then making those late hits happen. Because when you have two Prowlers, a Trailblazer, a Boombot, all of this information gathering for free, you have to be making the most of it.
Not very often you see a lot of classics on the board, a lot of utility buy-ups for these agents, these players, as they move on towards B already. The Boombot clearing things out. We have a 2-player setup, so this is going to be the weaker of the two sites.
Yeah, not too often you see the Boombot head towards long. Usually you'd expect it to be that really defaulty lineup that spots out Hookah, but I like that SIUE Black are changing things up, right? You've got to bring your A game if you want to dethrone Purdue Black. 6-1, like I said, of the 7 games they've played. Only 3 maps dropped, but we start off here on Bind with the first. And it looks to be a push coming through, finally coming to fruition, and the kills also being found in great number.
Yeah, they really are. Has already. SIUE Black have taken complete control of that site and getting the spike down. Gardan ready to see if they can find someone in the back lines, or I guess it's the back lines for the defensive side. It's really turned in towards a round for SIUE Black. I don't know how much this Chamber's going to get done. It's absolutely nothing. It's just spending credits by shooting that Headhunter.
Yeah, Blursky with a nice 3-piece on the Frenzy. With the movement that you're going to have on that Raise, the blast packs to have additional speed, momentum, right? The movement and accuracy is not going to be hindered so much by the rapid fire of the Frenzy. And then also, it's just such a dangerous weapon at close quarters. Like we said, Bind having lots of those in the way that it's set up. And it's a great start for them, finding the pistol round on the attacker's side, always favourable. The defence unlikely to make any kind of a force back, especially when it's won in that manner. So perfect start here for SIUE Black to get themselves into this game against a very difficult opponent.
Shorty just gives a warning shot. These players don't want to get too close as they try to jump on towards the outlaw. The spam comes through, but I'll tell you what's even better. Has a nice little head selection for Gardan.
Yeah, Gardan brought up the 4 chamber bullets in the pistol round with the trademark, used one of them on that unsuccessful retake, and had a couple left to spare, using one of them there to find a kill. That's something so strong about chamber, right? You almost get to keep a sheriff through every single round if you make that prior investment. So the early advantage is here for Purdue, and then I'm not sure if it's going to get cleared. Remy does do it eventually, gets rid of that shorty, but, you know, slightly worrying signs early on.
Yeah. Prime low weak Remy straight in towards Hookah, clears that out and finds a head. Almost like the player who used to be able to find the goal very often, but they can't find Anthem as they find one with the right click of the classic. But Blusky, with one spray of the Spectre, completely cuts down the site players.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, and with the amount of utility they had to clear out space in the site, you wonder why so many individual jewels are being taken without prior information. Down to only the last 3 remaining. Quantum gets anything from this situation, and suddenly the round isn't looking anywhere near as sweet for SIUE Black.
Yeah, it's all about profit, round management. Quantum might have been somewhat found out, or it might just be spam. It certainly seems like it is Remy spams left and right. Quantum just looking for exits at this moment in time. And yep, here we go. Just the confirmation. Blusky will get 4, and that'll be a nice little bit of pocket change for them in the next round.
Yeah, and that round more convincing from from Purdue Black than what we saw from them in the pistol. Even I think more than anything, it also highlights the fact that you can't afford to give away these fine margins against the strongest teams in the competition. As they begin to warm up and ease their way into this game, that confidence is only going to grow. Now they have a full buy to try and work with. SIUE Black, anything that they can get here will be a merit to their performance so far. Yeah, well, if there's any chance that this bonus does find itself converted, then you really have to be asking questions of these defenders.
Yeah, well, the showstopper is there. That could be a potential upgrade if they can find anybody as they go so far deep. Just to find a head, they will find Vital, so that'll be at least something that they can use. But I'll tell you what, they can use Gardan as well. The rifles come alive and the answer back to that showstopper kill.
Yeah, they have a player advantage here as well. That Prowler's cleared out all of lamps so these players can move through. Anthem and Gardan lighting up the site, and oh, it's exactly that. A light show from these players. a great response to those early couple of rounds, and I think from the way that the anti-eco went as well, and being able to snatch away a couple of kills, set them up really nicely to run away with this one in confident style.
I was wondering if we were actually going to see Blusky use that ultimate to clear out lamps. I thought that would have been a better choice to clear. Obviously, they go deep in towards the site to clear that. That's good space taken. But the fact that they missed out on that lamps clear proved to be such a problem.
Yeah, I suppose to a certain extent, but it did need to be re-cleared by Purdue on the retake. More than anything, Blursky just opening things up for their team with that ult was huge for their chances of getting a spike plant and going into the after plant. So I'm not too sure there's too much you can take away from that. But look, full set of guns versus full set of guns, the plethora of utility on display. This one will be a real teller as to how both of these teams are shaping up early on.
Yeah, the 2 of the 4 set up on B long, so this A hit won't have to deal with an op for the time being until that rotate comes through. But they'll have to deal with Anthem, Hazza, as they collect Remy, their opposite number. Yeah,
another isolated fight being taken, and one which is capitalised upon beautifully from Anthem, just slicing the pie and finding that one. A guiding light to perhaps set them up for another, but thinks better of it. Going back to what you were saying about the control that this chamber is currently giving, though, is absolutely huge. Was just going to be the solo B hold with the trademark towards Hookah, and of course the aforementioned tour de force towards B long. But now that Purdue have that extra kill, they can afford to rotate a player over and even spice up that B defense a bit more. Not that it's required, it seems to be the posture is still heading towards A.
Slowly moving forward, not wanting to give up much, but it's going to be another one of those isolated fights as Anthem is just ready and waiting. The Raze walks through and it's just a collection at this point. Collecting, adding to what heads they have collected, Hazza, and there we are, Anthem gets their third. It's all up towards Dank, in towards shot. They've used the guiding light, but it's not going to matter that much as the player walks out completely unblinded. There's a Vital close by, the double swing comes through, and there we are, the last player is back into the forever box.
Yeah, it's a really tough one there. For what SIUE Black are trying to do, I don't know, actually. I'm trying to give analysis on what it was they were trying to do. I think it was more of a double down towards the A position, perhaps fake a rotate, but knowing what Purdue had set up with that trademark, the chamber ult as well holding down long, you need to show some presence elsewhere in the map. And I said as well, with the comp that they have every single piece of utility that they would want to do so and be competitive in that regard. Even in the execute, there are ways you can set up Blursky a little bit better than just taking that isolated fight, but nothing happens of it, and now they're on a low buy.
Yeah, the boombox caught out Gardan. The guiding light just confirms that they will have to use the rendezvous, so that'll be down for about 40 seconds as the players move up that B-long position. It seems to be full-on executes that we are seeing SIUE Black want to go for. There's no baiting and switching just yet, which might mean that, well, we'll see Purdue actually just rotate.
Yeah, the thing with the bind defense that you have to worry about, though, is, of course, the teleporters. Allowing for such a swift rotate means you always really need to put at least one anchor player on the opposite site, unless it is the spike plant going down, of course. Speaking of players going down, that's a nice opener on the headhunter here for SIUE Black to try and work with. It's just a question now of what they actually decide to do with it. The spike not yet committed, and actually a recontest towards short.
Yeah, Anthem is just feeling that isolation here as they get hit by a blast pack. It doesn't matter though, because they're just going to answer back. There we are, kills collected, has, and they go in with a man advantage.
30 seconds left.
I mean, in that situation, after taking a kill, knowing perhaps that there's a stack of players, you've got to adjust, but nothing happens. Quantum collects another 2 kills. Now it's only Demon left from Hookah. Players aware of this position, utility to follow it up. The peak comes through, and so too will Quantum's third. A Ferret pokes their head up and is very happy to take the lead for Purdue.
I mean, I don't know if I've just missed it, Hazza, but I've not really seen much use of that Trailblazer from Dank.
No.
So that's a big piece of utility not used.
It is. I think they're mainly trying to rely on these prowlers coming through to cause those issues, or at least raise questions of this Purdue defense. More than anything else right now, not enough questions are being asked. You look at the way that SIUE Black are setting up, and most of the time it is just a hit towards one side of the map. We saw that, send some players towards A, but it was just Blur once more taking an isolated fight and losing out against Anthem.
Well, maybe we might just see a return of the defender-sided bind. It's been a while since we've been there. It's been pretty even, but in the kind of general bias from top to bottom. But here we are. We finally are going to see that Trailblazer come through, cleaning out the corners, making sure not to get caught out. It will be returned though, and that's just confirmation that this hit will be coming soon.
Yeah, both Trailblazers used, giving each other a little high five on the way through. Seeker's also getting invested, and the Nightfall. This is a heavy ultimate investment round from Purdue Black, and if they want the capitalization from it, they may just have to move in quickly. Don't have the player numbers, but Anthem is worth their weight in gold. Look at this. What a comeback to make it level. 2 versus 2 now as Garden gets in on the action as well, but I think Anthem might just have to ace this out, almost a quad actually, for them to win the round.
I mean, if there's anybody to rely on, it's the Anthem themselves, giving a nice song of death to the player from behind. Yep, there we are. Dank will collect that last remaining player. I think a massive thing that we didn't really talk about is that raise, making a space, going deep, Blusky, getting those 2 frags. That was really big for opening up that site.
Yeah, it's a gambit that is taken here by SIUE Black, one which on the last couple of rounds hadn't paid off, but finally proves dividends here as we do see those entry kills being made. You've got to be using the utility to shut down some of those angles. I mean, even on the previous round when Blursky was getting aggressive towards U-Haul, at least that time there was a paint shells to make Anthem struggle a bit more, restrict the angles that they were able to take more proactively. Speaking of proactivity, Garden once again going for that early kill on the operator, unable to claim it.
If the Prowler will catch out Quantum, but they're still staying steady, still holding that, but they'll start to drop off. They've identified the players on long as well. Another really heavy execute. Yes, you have the teleporters, and that's where the majority of those players are. But here comes the ultimates, here comes the players, but the showstopper misses. Oh, that's so harsh. At least Remy gets on towards Gardan, picked up, and they will be able to get that spike down. Blusky with lovely paint shells will allow for that to happen.
This is the reason why we wanted to see Raze in the comp, right? Certainly doing more than Blackfire has so far on the Phoenix. We'll have to see how that dynamic perhaps changes when the sides do swap over. Still weighing up their options in this retake. Purdue Black, perhaps not yet convinced to go for it, but it does seem as if they will make some kind of an effort. The Stim Beacon comes through, the peak follows up. Vito able to get that one, but there's so much to contend with on the opposite side. A third for him, but that will be all. 3 remaining, and, well, only 3 rounds for Purdue Black. SIUE have collected their 4th and taken back the lead.
Well, I guess the potential hypothesis of a defender-sided bind returning is false. It's been proven by SIUE Black as they come through and, well, they start to take the lead once again, start to get things going. Vito has decided to go in towards a Spectre just to keep up, and it is going to be a little bit of a gamble round here for Purdue Black because the next one could be an eco.
Yeah, this is the gamble that they're making, right? Purdue Black trying to keep up, like you mentioned, just keep things close, keep it within a round. If this investment doesn't pay off for them, then, you know, that's a couple of rounds then which will be going against them. Gardan, however, one of their most heavy spenders in the lineup with the operator, makes good of it yet again and takes down Blursky. Without that duelist that's opened up the site on the last couple of victories for them, this is going to be a lot more of a difficult ask.
Nightfall looking to be invested by Remy already. Here we are. It does get sent through. And that is going to be an orbital strike just to make sure that Lamps is clear, but Blackfire just taps away. Remy will return the fire though, but they're already a 2-person advantage. Dank trying to get further in. And has at this point with the spikes down in short, you can't help but feel this is going to turn into a deathmatch.
Yeah, it certainly could do. A big ultimate investment that we've seen from SIUE Black on this round, and it doesn't seem to be counting for anything. A double from Blackfire to shut things down initially, finished off with another double kill, this time on the back lines, unguarded, as Quantum Ferret gets a couple of their own. I like the idea there, right? Look, they wanted to go for that fast hit, put some cards on the table and say, yeah, right, we're committing the Orbital Strike and the Nightfall, but the spacing perhaps could have been a little bit better. You're going in pretty much blind, and knowing that Gardan is also, you know, using the operator within the site means that that's something that you've also got to be aware of, and in the end, it doesn't catch anybody off guard, and they're the only ones with their pants down.
already the Haunt invested deep down to reveal those players. We are going to get a nice Trailblazer to come through, and Remy just stunned out. There is a crossfire, and it will be returned very fast. The assault in towards the attackers, where they're holding their default, gets completely and totally destroyed.
Yeah, Purdue playing the defense a little bit more like an attack, going aggressive, taking control up short. You see it sometimes where teams will go for that early initiation just to set up their chamber player at a more aggressive angle, but this time around it is purely to go for damage, and well, it's deep rooted in the SIUE Black side in the end. Chamber I was speaking of is posted up elsewhere, still holding this angle, and Dank is the one who will feel the brunt of it. Vito still up close, perhaps even unexpected on this angle from Octagon, looking to close out the round.
Yeah, completely unexpected in their position. That's a team ace for Purdue Black, and every player chipping in with utility, with kills even more so. I think the way that they were playing that aggressively has just completely took SIUE Black unexpected, because they've been playing quite reserved for the most part.
100%. Just takes them by surprise, switches up the balance of what we've seen in this game so far. Valorant can be quite push and pull for the most part. I think Purdue were playing in towards those retakes when they didn't have player numbers going into the round. We've seen it a couple of times where Blurski is that heavy reliance that SIUE Black have to make those openers, so when they drop, things do become somewhat tumultuous, and Garden lining another one up here again. Breaks the Trailblazer. Still has the rendezvous to go at it for a second time. Flashed off the angle. We do finally see it committed.
There.
And, well, it's just a little bit of space forgiven. Realistically, Hazard, though, is still the main hit on towards B, when that's where the majority of the stack is.
I think the thing as well about that pace change that we saw in the previous round is you wouldn't do it on a round like this. You know that SIUE Black are low on money, and I think maybe Quantum Ferret, now realizing that, thinks better of going for an aggressive peak. Blackfire happy to just invest to run it back, but perhaps not reaping as much value as it could. Yeah, just a single player advantage. Yeah, it is just about picking your fights one by one, and well, Blackfire gets another one in that example.
The Seekers just to identify where players are, and they're going to find that sky in towards Hookah. Vito already set up to try and deal with it. The Guiding Light will catch them, but Blackfire will catch another. And it's now resulted back to a 2 versus 5. A very heavy investment of ultimates as the Orbital Strike comes through again.
Yeah, very unnecessary, and actually, players are dropping here. Demon has found at least one kill. May only be a consolation, and their position is now acutely aware for Vito. Re-peeking into this, the teleport comes through, making a serious meal of this engagement. Demon's still alive and kicking, Spectre in hand. Would want to get an upgrade, and speak of upgrades, that's about as good as it gets. Now an operator to carry through to the next. Purdue Black making a real meal out of that round.
Well, the Demon has picked up the mother of all upgrades. It will be switched across over to that chamber. I guess Gardan does have that tour de force if they would like to use it. I imagine they will with the buy that they're picking here, Hazard. But it still isn't a necessary one that you don't want to be giving away. And maybe even Toomey could come back into this.
Well, yeah, 100%. Right? This game is not clear-cut at this point in time. SIUE Black, if they can get a few more, will be feeling a lot better about this. We speak of attack and defender biases. It really does depend what this difference in duelists will offer. And, well, speaking of duelists and, duels being taken, the chamber-on-chamber fight, the first time we've seen it, goes towards the attacking team.
Yeah, and it's the orb that they lost in the last round that's punishing them. Is now SIUE Black. SIUE Black walk through the site is almost like SEAL Team 6 clinical in the way that they're executing on towards the site. The spike not fully committed just yet. It will be now as the smoke dissipates. Quantum Ferret on the flank and Vito from the other side. It's going to be a real crunch here.
Yeah, they may just be looking for exits. Not too sure at this point in time. And Vito goes down. It's only Quantum remaining. The biggest takeaway from that round that is about to close, unless Quantum can bring something ridiculous from it, and, well, there's one.
I doubt. Surely, if Quantum... Quantum can't clutch this. Surely not. But the crossfires that are being set up at this moment in time, Hazard, I'm getting worried. I'm getting really, really worried now. This is doable, but the time just ticks away. This fight saves SIUE Black a little bit of saving grace. But my God, Quantum shown us the mechanical ability.
Yeah, the time is the 6th attacker in that situation. Once the spike is planted, it flips around, and it's just a matter of time, right, before that one is won out. Quantum Ferret showing what they're capable of, right? And that's exactly what we want to see. Some incredibly choice shots through the wall there, which do end up connecting, but it's just about building that mental image and then plucking away the players as a result. Going back to what I originally wanted to mention specifically is Gardant is taking that same angle multiple rounds in a row. SIUE Black read into it and post the op up there for the aggressive angle. So I think there needs to be a little bit more awareness perhaps from this defending side as to what the attackers are doing, because that was a really nice adjustment which ultimately pinned them the round, I think.
Yeah, I think this might, the fact that there's a double up setup might bait SIUE Black into thinking that the chamber's on B. I don't think there seems to be any adjustment as they still look to probe in towards the site, and there is that op just holding up here.
Yeah, Toomey does instantly take away the Trailblazer. No more information to be garnered from that. A Prowler to bring some back of its own. This is what you have when there are 4 initiators in the server, double initiator setup on both sides. It's a constant war of attrition, sending that utility back and forth and seeing who can make the best of it. This is a nice combination. Nightfall and Orbital Strike into the site, but once more, not good for too much. A 1 kill does get taken from Vito, incredibly low on HP, but that is all. The single kill found, but Blackfire swings back yet again.
Yep, that curveball absolutely inch perfect. And you know what? Set up Quantum Ferret as well. Here comes the Nightfall once again. It is the last round, Hazard. And, well, Purdue Black will just slap their opponents in the face for this last round.
I mean, it was a heavy investment, but like you said, last round, you've got to do everything that you can, push all those pieces to the corner of the felt and say, I'm in. In that situation, yeah, SIUE Black, they're able to find 1 from it. I would like to see them, make that initial take towards the site and perhaps hold on to the orbital strike for the late round. But by the same margin, looking at the way that a lot of these rounds have panned out, it's been a case of if Purdue Black can take the site, it's not going to really rely on much for them to keep a hold of it, because into the retake, Purdue have struggled. It's SIUE Black that have been incredibly good at doing that. Right,
honestly, I use that as such a crutch phaser for me to use, right? And I don't mean to use it.
It is what it is, right?
Yeah, I know, mate. I just hate. I hate using it. But anyway, we are going to see that Trailblazer very kindly clear out Hookah, and they're ready to go for this execute already. Yes, there is some information, and I think this rotate might be coming through pretty fast now after that first pick.
Certainly will do. Blursky trying to take that kill and eventually gets it. Demon as well swinging back. Blursky with another one. And now SIUE Black are looking incredibly comfortable. The paint shells will find even more. And this could just be the... Oh my god. This could just be the second pistol round in a row that they find. I've got to call into question real quick. How was it that we actually saw a player die to the incendiary that late?
I think I don't even know, man. That big question mark there, that's completely thrown me off. But
I think the best way that I can see it, there was probably a sky smoke towards spawn, and the incendiary just sat right outside it. So the only thing you would have had to go off is the audio cue in towards the retake. But yeah, look, unfortunate. Other than that one, though, an incredibly dominant performance from SIUE on their defender's side to open us off.
Well, Hazard, I mean, it was really, really responsive in the way that when that push came through, all the players were ready. But the paint shells did a lot of work there, and it's the Rays pick again that's coming up tops. And well, this time, Toomey, the chamber, comes up tops against Anthem.
Yeah, from the top of the RV, no less. Right now, we are just looking at Purdue Black playing the map. Once again, this is another anti-eco round where, look, perhaps they're not going to win it, but they'll try and maximize every advantage that they can find. And by taking orbs on both sides of the map, Gardant getting another headhunter kill on the second, once again, they're setting themselves up really nicely for coming into this gun round. SIUE Black may just be going into damage control, and if we do see these 4 players group up, burst towards short, and somehow manage to best that Marshall, or at least get a spike plant, then this is going to be massive for them.
It's whether they can get on towards site, because the crossfires that are set up is a 2-2 setup.
I've seen Toomey move away from that angle, though. Right now, he's currently focused on, but that Prowler collecting information
30 seconds
could
left.
perhaps change the decision. Guiding Light comes through. That's more information. Eventually, it will be taken up. Remy is in place with his Spectre and looks to mow them down. Lots of damage dealt. Toomey as well getting in on the axe. It is a clean sweep from those players. The 2 versus 4 in the choke effective, but those weapons that they had with advantages reign supreme.
Hazard, I mean, that's going to set them up really nicely moving in towards this round. The player that was taken out has decided to buy up a, oh my god, I've completely forgotten the name, the Frenzy. Is it the Frenzy? It's not, oh my god, I'm having a bloody...
Stinger?
A stinger. I'm having a blooming brain fart. This has honestly been awful for me, but it's only 950 credits, and we know what it can do at close range, and well, we've already spoken about it.
Yeah.
Bind, very CQC heavy.
We know what it can do in numbers as well, right? Strength in monkey. You know, ape together strong, right? That's the thing. Rise of the Planet of the Apes. Yeah, just working in numbers here will be pivotal for the way that the defense can do something. The only issue is from that side of things on the opposite end. It's much more difficult to get those engagements to be preferable. Purdue Black are always going to be one up when they do make their way in towards the site, and A seems to be the target for the 2nd round in a row.
Dan's ready with that Stinger, just gets caught out with the Prowler. They can't see, but you know what? It doesn't even matter because Blusky's there to support. The curveball comes through, and so does the hot hands. That's just to deny the space. They know the players are in here, and that's a lot of damage on towards Blusky. A nice double combination, but there is that regrowth.
Yeah, the floor is lava, and Blursky has melt-proof shoes, apparently. I have absolutely no idea how they do it, but it's managed to happen either way. Vito does get that important kill. This is a 4 versus 4, and could be a dangerous round because the stick is also coming through. Orbital Strike does take out Toomey, but the spike is halved. It's a 3 versus 3, now a 2 versus 2. Things looking incredibly worrying. Vito may not just about get this, they don't. SIUE Black are going to take the round.
That's a really big conversion there, Hazard. That's going to upset everything in terms of economy, and that's going to put Purdue Black all the way back to that eco cycle that they've been on. They've started now.
Yeah, and SIUE Black coming into this as well, needing a win really to 100% confirm that they'll be in playoffs. Purdue Black perhaps, you know, playing more for bragging rights, like I said, keeping themselves in the upper echelons of this Challengers division. But yeah, I don't know, really not ideal from them whatsoever. Left to execute late. Players were playing to their strengths. Like you mentioned, it's those close quarters engagements from U-Haul, using that to give them a leg up in a round which they're otherwise trailing in. And now they lead the series, or lead the map at the very least, in this map 1 of 3 potentially.
Might have to take Purdue Black 3 if they don't buck up their ideas soon. They're playing very reserved. They're not wanting to challenge, and sometimes it's one or two ways these eco cycles or these eco rounds play out. It's either incredibly fast, just see if they can throw a haymaker and it sticks, or you see this very slow and methodical approach.
Here.
Yeah, and not only that, on the Sheriffs and the Headhunter here, if you're Gardant, it's more of a divide and conquer approach. Split up across the whole of the map and see if you can win any of those duels 1v1. A headshot would be enough to do it. The Headhunter at this kind of range does more than the 145 of the Sheriff, but when you're up against Vandals and Phantoms, they spray away and take those lives.
Now with the spike isolated in towards short. Speaking about isolation, there's 2 isolated gunfights.
Yep.
2 pickups and maybe an upgrade to be had, but I think they're just a bit too deep to get those rifles.
Speaking of deep, we're deep in this round. Only 30 seconds left. A decision has to be made. There are picks there. The Seeker's being invested to confirm suspicions, give a bit more moving room, but you've got to get a move on right now if you are Purdue Black, and I don't think there's enough time for them to head to B. You've got to go A at this point. Like, there's absolutely nothing else that can be done. This is Blursky moving in onto things, and the indecisive of Purdue Black, you know, comes back to bite them.
has a, and you know something that, like, it's fair enough, right? It was a decent eco round. I liked the stuff that they were doing in terms of the divide and conquer approach that you were talking about, but the one thing that I didn't like, the investment of the Seekers.
Out of charges.
No, I think Seekers in terms of an ult here is one which can decide the round in terms of positioning. You're using it purely for information, and in the way that Purdue Black have currently been setting up, I don't think it's too major of a one to like be putting forward. So I think I'm pretty comfortable with it. More than anything though, I would have liked to see them make that snap decision straight off the back of it, rather than second guessing the situation and then eventually going back towards A, doubling down and ultimately losing out.
Well, talking about ultimate, here we go, run it back, straight in towards the back side. They've cleared everything, but they've not cleared in towards Lamb. Toomey gets one and backs out completely. Blusky helps out getting rid of that pesky ultimate, but Blusky is also feeling some pesky utility hit them in the face.
Yeah, that ultimate more than anything, buying so much space towards the back of the site, and like you've highlighted, there is a flank coming through. 2 positions taken up, both U-Haul and Showers incredibly restricted in the post plant here, Purdue Black, and up close, this could be devastating. Blursky at the double, the showstopper once more finding value for this raised pick. What can Blackfire do? An argument is to be had for them, the other duelist, but nothing made of it. Vito with 1 kill to bring Dank off the spike, but once again, not counting for anything, right? It's total pineapples at this point. Double digits secured, that's it.
I keep wanting to call it a headhunter. The tour de force now in Toomey's pocket. If they ever choose to use it, Dank doesn't have, I was going to say, the credits to buy up. I thought they would have just chucked across their Vandal. Not to be. It might be a double 4 or double brunt attack here.
Yeah.
In the grand scheme of things, though, Purdue Black are really starting to fall behind on Bind, and SIUE Black are doing the work.
There they are, right? They're back in black and they're better than ever right now. Purdue, you know, with the record that they have coming into this series, we expect them to be competitive. And it has been a close game, all things considered, but now the sides have swapped over. They're not really showing the best case of themselves that we would expect to see as well. You know, given the defensive half performance, perhaps, you know, sometimes you see teams have a more preferential side. Things swap over and it starts to look better. I would have preferred, well, I would have expected Purdue Black with the caliber that they have to be showing us a little bit more here, but it doesn't seem to have happened, and I don't think it will on this round either. A couple of kills to open things off, and well, not too much to swing back with, just a couple of pistols.
Yeah, and it's, I guess the Rays pick in isolation right now looks very, very well, but at the same point, it's not something that's, I'd say, won them this round. I'd say it's that indecisiveness of these players. A nice headshot on towards Remy, but they can get regrowth up as they start to move towards the B site and the Sky goes to meet them.
Yeah. And right now, this has to be the timing for Purdue Black to explode towards the site and find something. Gardan getting a kill elsewhere. That could soon find value. But yeah, just look at how timid they are. Moving on through. Finally, the spike looks to get planted. Here is Anthem to trade out on Blursky. They get that first kill before it happens. Spike still not planted. Remy just waiting on a timing and eventually gets it. Such low HP as the rotate player comes through, and Gardan will fall thanks to some lovely movement error spray and play for you know, funny Vandal moment. 11th now. Purdue Black, you know, the investment is good. That was a bit of a half invest, but yeah, they need to find this one, or I think that may just be map 1 going the way of SIUE.
Yeah. I think it is starting to get to that point. I can't really remember if I've seen any C's and Paint Shell combo play much in this matchup, but it's not really mattered. The Paint Shells have done a lot of work, and Blusky's already aiming it towards short.
Yeah, it's just about bursting into pockets where you know a player is expected to currently inhabit. Right now, I think the way that we've seen Blur approach this Raze role has been exactly what you expect of a top duelist player. It's exactly the reason why they sit aloft the scoreboard at this moment in time. Gardan has been, you know, some solace for this Purdue side, and once again comes up with the goods early on. A great way to start a round, which is so necessary for them here on Bind.
Well, Remy has been caught out, but for how long? It's a fleeting moment, and that information has gone cold. Seems as if we are going to get the Prowler in return. Doesn't catch out Anthem though, and that's an opportunity once again. I don't know if these players are maybe trying to get a B long to try and at least give some information or get on towards the teleporter, although maybe just a beat from Anthem at this moment in time.
Yeah, this is a great space taking from Anthem, making this flank so much better as the push comes in on B. You start to wonder, we do finally see the teleport come through to the unguarded A site. I don't know if SIUE know how much space Anthem have taken. They have absolutely no idea. At least Remy doesn't. There goes the C's, but so too will their life. Making that decision to take an extra engagement was unnecessary.
Yeah, just an orbital strike to try and get the default plant. Well, it's not planted default. They're going to play for the orbital strike. Vito in this post plant, hiding in the corner. They're going to peek out and take the chamber. Demon of Hara, what can they do? Is they're going to slowly start to close the distance between them and their opposite number. Spamming away, Vito peeks out, and they're just going to waste time here. It's just a game of cat and mouse, and the orbital strike will win it.
Has an incendiary to follow it up as well, and with the blindsiding that this ultimate gives, should allow Vito to line this one up, but Demon showing too much means that nothing's going here whatsoever. Actually takes the kill on Vito through the wall very nicely, finishing off the low HP player and licking their lips at the end of that meal, which they have finally dispatched. And it's finally a round for Purdue, right? It only took them 6 attempts, but I still have to say, with SIUE Black losing out there, Purdue Black still just looks so all over the place at this point in time. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I totally agree. I think as well, if you're Purdue Black, you're licking your wound at this point. That's all that round was. You've still hemorrhaged a few rifles, and because of that, we're seeing Gardan have to be forced on towards light shields, and so is Anthem. So this is going to be a tough one.
This is the thing. They're playing, in one sense, better than SIUE Black on the attack in the way that they're using this default to give themselves a bit more control, but it's a double-edged sword. Blurski wins out in that fight, and with no support for Anthem, there's nothing you can do. What I'm saying really is, I like that Purdue Black want to try and control more areas of the map, be more expansive, but you have to be supporting those players accordingly in such areas. You can't be allowing for Anthem, to go down solo as an initiator from that position with no utility on the lurk. Really, that's a job for Gardan to be taking up as the chamber. It's also when they take these kills, how do they respond? How do they, try and move towards the site that they end up choosing? Even on the previous, there was still a committal towards a stacked B when they know that A was clear.
On top of this, Hazard, one thing to, maybe we'll talk about it later on, but at this moment in time, it seems if the executes come through, but that siege was absolutely massive. The spam can't catch out any players, unfortunately, for Remy, and these players again being stalled down. There's only 30 seconds remaining, as the announcer has just said. And what is Purdue Black thinking here?
They're in one of two minds. Either this push works out for them, or we're going to see an attempt at heading through the TP, but with so much left to re-clear, there's not really a chance of it happening, and I don't think this round will too either. Demon still lurking in hookah. Remy yet to be cut from the site, and instead they'll get a double for their troubles. Only Blackfire remains from elbow. That's going to be map point.
Looking to save. I was just going to talk about Hazard, your point of it's nice that Purdue Black are trying to control the map, and yes, they're leaving players isolated, but on top of this, Hazard, we can talk about the theory craft of map control, etc., and supporting your players, but at one point or another, you're going to have to start winning these fights, these gun duels. It's an FPS game at its very core, and these guns are not firing where they need to be.
Nah, they're not finding their mark, are they? And it's troublesome now because we see as well there aren't exactly the weapons that you would want either to back up your ambitions of closing that gap. 4 rounds separate the teams, and Purdue Black could look to be conceding only the 4th map that we've seen them actually lose so far in this bracket. Remy finds yet another kill. Information on the trademark. There are trades also to be taken. For the most part, the kill feed is blue, and it's SIUE Black that look to be winning this one out.
Now, with 2 players remaining, Quantum Ferret at least has that Vandal. We've seen them pop up in the kill feed a few times, as it's fair to say.
Yeah.
And these 2 players are looking to at least come together here and help each other out.
Well, that's what they've got to do. Just look at the map for a second and where those X's are planted on the corpses of the Purdue Black players in 3 different positions, unsupported in every instance. Utility will stop them from making their advance here towards A, and actually Toomey in this teleport is looking incredibly troubled, but will survive. And now that's another thing that they've got to worry about. 30 seconds left, still no execute made, being pushed from every single angle at this point in time. Something has to be done. If you're SIUE Black, you could just sit and hold. Absolutely nothing is asked of you at this point in time. It sits entirely with Purdue Black, and I don't think they're going to be able to do it.
Quantum Ferret's at least going to try. Johnny comes out, and there we are. We have confirmation of that first map going towards SIUE Black. And the question is, Purdue, how do you respond?
Well, how do you respond? I'm really not too sure. I think more than anything, go back to the core of what they are, a team which has been very successful so far in the tournament. Play off of one another, support one another. Perhaps sometimes you see these really strong teams, they can be a little bit nonchalant about it, right? Not care too much of the result if it doesn't have a huge bearing on what playoff shapes up to be. They are currently first seeded, but I'd like to see them really sink their teeth into this matchup and set up a bit more accordingly into the next few matches. Play off of one another, bring that utility through from the attacking side, because it's that side of the map which you need to have a little bit more team play in. And I think it's when they swapped over that we actually saw the problems perhaps that were on the defense get extruded a little bit more.
Well, I believe our next map has a Ascent, and both teams go into this one. Again, it's something that we like to repeat. It's 50-50, so it's going to be a real interesting one. Maybe Purdue could be slaying the Giants, finally beaten.
Yeah, they certainly could. Something else as well, right? Even from that defender's side that we saw from them here on Bind, it was the team play and that cohesion in the retakes, which they didn't really have too often. Every time that SIUE were able to take the site, Purdue never made their way back in. Flipping it over to the attack, they couldn't break into the site in the first place because they didn't have that initial setup to get things going. So, a few problems to be addressed. And, well, if you are on the SIUE side, there are lots of things to credit. I think on the opposite end, they did a fantastic job. A lot of the things which Purdue Black fell short with. So we'll have to see how that goes into Ascent. Like you mentioned, common ground, and it could set us up for common ground and tie the series if Purdue can take it to a map 3. We won't know until we go there, but first, a very short break. Hey everyone, and welcome back. It's me, Hazza, Cairo. We are here for the full split of NECC. It's the final week of competition, week 8, and well, more than anything right now, Purdue need that response. You love to do the wave, man. You have got to make sure that you ride it out the whole time through me speaking.
Right, okay, no, I'm trying to create a GIF so that if I'm late in broadcast, they can just put that GIF and it's just me like this.
It's just like a default one. I was gonna say it looks a little bit like kind of like when I did it, like scrubbing a car, like a car wash. And I think more than anything else, we need to see some cleanup duty here from Purdue if they want to scrub up on their act and improve coming into Ascent.
I would 100% agree, and they're still committing with that. Phoenix has one agent that might do better on Ascent rather than what we saw on Bind. A lot of kind of 90-degree turn on to sight. I'm talking about that A and B main position. So hopefully we'll find a lot more payouts with that agent.
Yeah, and I mean, in that instance, you're talking about the value of the flash, right?
Yes,
but I think something that's going to be really big here will be the run it back and being able to get it online as quickly as possible. Both of the ultimate orbs on this map, a little bit more than on Bind, do sit in the hands of the attackers. You need to work a little bit to get A main control, but once you have it, there's no reason that they can't just play a default strategy here, get it online every few rounds or so, and create some ultimate value for Blackfire to just run rampant in this game. And if they can find themselves out of sight, build up some kind of an 8-4, 9-3 half from the attacking side, then we're looking towards map 3 at that point. But these are all hypotheticals. SIUE Black coming into this are a map up, Ascent being so evenly contested, like we've said many times before, with it being the favorite map for a lot of these teams. There's plenty of work yet to be done.
Yep, at this moment in time, SIUE Black will be feeling pretty comfortable. Interesting that we are going to see that KG come through from Danka. They were on the initiator last time, Hazza, so maybe a little bit more comfortable on a Sentinel.
Yeah, perhaps, right? We're seeing that double Sentinel setup here with the Killjoy and the Chamber and the Jet. So lots of early initiation as well as having the utility to fall back on. A really interesting choice. I mean, how many times do we see an agent comp that doesn't have 2 initiators? Sova being the only one on hand for them here. Here comes that initial initiation for Purdue Black, making their way into the site. The Killjoy setup is there. Dank still learning in the dank dark depths of hell and finding a kill from it as well.
Yep, exactly. Totally free, Hazza. Yes, they get picked up straight after, but they've completely taken out that Phoenix and the Ghost that they did have in pocket. At this moment in time, the players are trying to set up the retake as we see the Sova send off multiple and different arrows, shock dart, and well, the intel as well. The players ready to break through, but when do they pull the trigger?
Remy starts to get away now to me as well, chiming in. Blursky from heaven offers supportive fire with only Guardian remaining in hell. The trades go back and forth, but SIUE Black are the ones that come out on top. Very nice. And that now, Cairo, is the 3rd pistol round in a row that they've been able to find, winning both out on Bind and also getting themselves off to the perfect start here on Ascent.
Yeah. Team Ace has every player tripping in. That's going to be, was it like 150 credits extra in towards the pocket? So it won't really matter that much, but it's certainly nothing to be scoffed at, and you'll be pretty happy with everything that they've taken away from that one. Yeah,
and Purdue Black getting the spike down could also perhaps have gone for a force buy here, and they had numbers as well. Like only a couple of players left for SIUE Black, but playing to every advantage they can get at this point. When you trail in the series, it's that question you've got to ask: are you playing to playing those risks, or a little bit smarter? And it seems like right now it is the smarter approach of the two. But I mean, yeah, this round, if it were to pan out any different, it's just players hitting the floor either way.
Oh, Quantum missing the first bullet, just snuck on towards that site, and with Remy being on a Marshall, the close quarter combat might not be as nice for them if they can't hit their shots. Although, with that being said, Quantum Ferret has got an upgrade, Hazza, and are posing a pretty big issue.
He's just going to sit inside the site and wait for that spike to be couriered over. On the SIUE Black side, they have a player advantage, but want to sit a little more passive, perhaps go into another retake. You know that Purdue Black are going to have a buy round next round anyway. SIUE Black will be on their bonus. More than anything, it's just about finding the round win, not doing anything stupid, giving up another kill. And right now, that's exactly how they're going to try and play this coming into the retake. But this flank from Vito could be everything.
Yep, the players up on Heaven already starting to clear this side. That's a lovely flank through to me. We'll take out Quantum, and that was the upgrade that was in the pockets of these players. The swing comes through with the Spectre, but it doesn't hit. The Sheriff is coming up trumps here. What could we see from SIUE Black? Will they completely miss the mark? It's already looking like a poor round from them. As time ticks away. Oh my god, no. It's not happening like this. As Vital comes through huge with a massive 4K.
Yeah, nobody clearing out short whatsoever. Vito allowed to live and breathe within the site. Sending out shots of that Sheriff and even upgrading to the Spectre, if you can call it that, from Quantum Ferret's body and spraying the rest of them down. We're tied up 1-1. Purdue Black not wasting any time there, and more than anything else, it's an oversight from SIUE Black, allowing Dank to get caught off guard and for Quantum Ferret to breach the entry point to the site completely uncontested, nobody holding it down with all 5 players standing on this round of any. Nothing more that you can really say other than it being a mistake, and one which Purdue Black punished to the fullest of extents.
Already we are slowly starting to see somewhat of a luck from Vital. If they can do that being on the Astra, that's something that is going to bolster their side a lot more. And with Vital already moving on towards tiles, they have somewhat of pseudo control of mid. Stops anybody getting up on towards that catwalk.
Toomey holding on with the headhunter. We saw Gardan on a couple of those low economy rounds come up big for Purdue Black with that weapon, but nothing happening here so far. Dank in the close corner. I was just wondering whether Vito would have spotted them from Link, but instead they'll be allowed to sit within the heart of the map, and they can hear the beating, pulsing footsteps of these Purdue Black players as they start to rotate over. It's given SIUE Black a real heads up to keep players in the site and pin them in towards main. There's no right that they should be winning this out, but the positioning does set them up nicely to cause some real problems.
Well, when do the issues arrive, Hazard? Because they're still stuck outside of sight. Here's one issue that they've not cleared out. The shot comes through. They will take out Vito. At least that's a number down. But they have a man advantage, a person advantage at this point, as Remy's proved to be paying real dividends. Although the answer back comes through, it is down to a 2 versus 2. Oh no, it's all up to Vito again.
Pulling them in.
We know that he can clutch it out though. Has utility to work with. The gravity well is spent, so too is the cosmic divider. Dash across from Remy. 2 different angles to worry about. The first one taken up. Toomey found, and Remy to follow it up as well. A 3-piece from Vito, another multi-kill, an additional clutch, and Purdue Black find themselves the lead. 9-1 inside 3 rounds, Cairo.
Has another thing. Is this? I feel as if like I'm not watching Valorant. Like, is this really what's happening? Are the eco's going to be that powerful? Both teams coming into this one for the final first rifle versus rifle, and it's as if Purdue Black were the ones to actually win the pistol with the way that the rounds have went.
Yeah, exactly that. A really, really strange one, but even then, making mistakes, leaving gaps open that can be punished. This time around, it was Purdue Black with that oversight in mid control that allowed for SIUE Black to set up and recontest so nicely, pinching, crunching the main position. Remy May looking to crunch some heads perhaps in B main, but doesn't actually go for it. Thinks better of that and moves away, allowing perhaps instead for the information to sit with them. That's so unfortunate. The rendezvous not enabling the kill. And we do sit at a 5 versus 5 with a minute left on the clock.
Really slow default so far. The spike again not committed anywhere as Vital slowly makes their way up towards that. Not one to give away any information with their footsteps, and they haven't done that successfully. So with that being said, they have now started to move on towards A. There are only 2 players watching it, and I mean we saw Phantom already dropping off on towards window and a lot of ultimates invested.
Yeah, very, very heavy on the ultimates front, and what can that actually bring for them so far? Just the kill on Remy from Heaven. The Prowler will make things so difficult, but it seems as if we've had that rendezvous come back out, and Toomey is able to escape unscathed. Vito from Garden once more. SIUE Black have to be aware of this. If they're not, it will spell their undoing for the second or third time in a row.
Yeah. And it's already looking to be posing a problem. Oh yes, we got one ping, but Quantum just came through with an absolute head cruncher. Only one left is that chamber, and they're going to be collected as Vital off screen collects 2. Left on 6 HP, a flawless round, and Purdue Black are now looking like Purdue Black, the team that we saw has being almost flawless in this season so far.
Yeah, that was the scoreline coming into it. 6-1, looking to go 7-1 and not lose more than just that single series. We cast our minds back. It was against Kettering Varsity, not Kettering Varsity, IU Cream, a 2-1 defeat. All 3 games going 13-11, incredibly close, but yeah, nowhere near as big on this occasion. And SIUE Black trying to offer them a little bit of resistance.
Yeah, but resistance is futile at the moment. Anthem completely takes out Remy, and now the players start to move up on towards where Blusky is. They've seen the players, the curveball comes through, and Toomey's going to peek out in towards Gardan. The rifle doing the work that needs to be done, and the Sky Smoke will just let these players back off completely scot-free.
Yeah, Blackfire goes for the curveball and then doesn't completely commit to the angle, which baits out the peak, and Dank, using this utility, will be playing off the back of it. Even upgrades to the Vandal, fishes it from the flames of the Nano Swarm. Quantum Ferret also finding a kill back this round, falling apart at the seams for SIUE Black. There are a couple opportunities that they could have found something from it, but now all of that hope will sit solely on the shoulders of Demon with 11 points of health, and that is a dream which you can say goodbye to. It's nothing more than that.
It's nothing more than that, Hazard. But finally, we will get back to the rifle versus rifle. Remy even picking up an operator. Yes, there's... I was about to say yes, there's no chamber, but Toomey's on the chamber. They will have an op of their own if they want to use it, that being the Tour de Force.
And speaking of team comps here as well, you'd probably expect to see a little more from SIUE Black on their defender's side, but by the same margin, Purdue Black have double duelists, have all of this utility to back them up, and the chamber as well. I mean, both of these comps are extremely weird, I think it's fair to say, but Remy right now punishing time and time again. Give him an op and he will cause you problems. That's a third. Dashes into the midst of the site. Nearly flicks for the fourth. Gardan, and a second time of asking. That is audacious stuff. Remy 10 looking to divide that 1 by 2 and find themselves a 5th and ace in the round. Vito the only one that remains. You can clutch big, son, but I think this is a bit too much of an ask.
I've survived much worse than you.
Well, the op's already posing problems here, Hazard. We've seen it come up. I mean, Remy, that was godly, the way that they were able to flick left, right and centre. And, I mean, they've won the round basically by themselves.
That last flick as well, right?
Yeah.
It knew somewhat where Gardan was going to be coming out of the sky smoke there, but really, really nicely done. This is what I was saying as well about SIUE Black's composition. You look at Purdue, they have the Astra, right? There's lots of utility there that can slow you down, but you've got to be very choice about it. Brimstone as a controller is so huge. That smoke makes things really difficult to try and push through. Backed up with an incendiary as well. Just throwing an op in the mix, a little bit of aggression to take an early kill, and even this tour de force to double up for it is massive. But Quantum Ferret decapitates that chance and finds the initial kill.
Yeah, and I was about to say, I thought they were going to push through the sky smoke there, Hazard, not to be, and the tailwind just dissipates. So there's no more dash for them. Gardan, though, will take out Blusky, taking a 2-person advantage in towards this round.
Nice trademark. Is traded in the market position. I mean, it's a market, right? You expect trades to go on there, but not in terms of utility pieces by the chamber, perhaps. It's given a little bit
want
more
to find
control, and well, Purdue Black have everything that they want at this point in time. Control, player numbers, and now a spike plant to make things
planted.
even sweeter for them. Dank running through, claims veto on that Odin, but can't quite find the follow-up to Gardant, who's been potent with the tour de force on this round. We saw a couple of ults come through. I'm not too sure what the economy of Purdue Black was actually, considering what they brought into this one, but it's worked out for them. This should be a 5th.
Yeah, that's 3 ultimates. Expensive on that front for them, but at least it's got them the round and will get them that alluded 5th one off, at least going even in towards the next half. Remy just trying to save this up in a more aggressive position than what most would take up.
It's a nice off angle more than anything else. Means that whoever does dare to challenge him may get caught off guard. A stray shot from Blackfire could perhaps bait something out, but it's Quantum Ferret that will fall from B main. A nice adjustment, perhaps footsteps giving away an audible or something to go off. But still, only the 2 rounds for SIUE Black. One of which, you know, was in the previous, but Purdue now beginning to build, continuing on that form that we saw them have before. Looking at ults, yeah, they did go pretty heavy on the previous, so nothing of note really to bring through here. If Anthem can find both orbs, then you've got the Nightfall, or at least finding one or a kill, a spike plant, you have it for post. Yeah, more than anything else, it's going to be Blursky with this Odin finding that one to trade things out.
Yeah, Blackfire just comes out, but another spam for Blursky will get a kill. Blackfire comes up trumps, and it seems as if they're just picking them apart at either extremities of this map.
Yeah, you said about winning gunfights in that first game, how that can be good for a default. This is exactly what we're seeing here. They're winning their ones, something which they were unable to do in the previous. And just like that, it's another duel taken. Isolated Gardant versus Remy. Operator found, collected, saved to the next. And that's already a 6th. Anything more, and Purdue Black are not only winning the half, but building up that advantage that we said we wanted to see them take with this Phoenix pick, you know, with the way that they were setting up so aggressively. And it's been a real turn of events here on Ascent.
You're talking about how SIUE Black will be more favoured on the defender side, but I guess Purdue Black will be the exact same on their attacker side.
Yeah, exactly.
Moving on towards the other half, it will be a real interesting dynamic between the two. And Purdue Black, I'll be expecting to be taking up a more aggressive defence approach.
Yeah, if SIUE Black can punish the gaps that would potentially be left open as a result of said aggression, then you go into post-plant with a lot of utility to hold on to those areas. But I mean, right now they're looking to hold on to the sites which they're currently defending and not doing the best job of it. A player peeks out in towards short. It's the Jet of Remy, and they do fall. So now with that space taken on A, it looks to be a spike plant elsewhere. You know, orb even being taken by Gardant at a moment's notice there as well to get one closer to the tour de force. Spike even being dropped to bring the Cosmic Divide online sooner rather than later. Very patient play from Purdue Black. Very casual as well, I think it's fair to say. They look completely unconcerned.
I mean, why would they be? Because they're facing up against an eco, but at the same point, we've seen SIUE Black do this before. Pose issues on an eco. The Nightfall does come online and it is going to be used. I don't think there was many pings off that, but at least cleared the space. Quantum Ferret just at the back of short. We've seen this happen before. It's like deja vu all over again.
Yeah, and Quantum doesn't even need to do anything from this position. Simply needs to wait, but goes for the fight instead and hands Dank a weapon which they can now use for the retake. Toomey finds Veto. 2 players on opposite ends. 1 in hell and 1 soon perhaps to be in heaven. Anthem finds a couple, but Dank trades out. And that was a very unnecessary round from Purdue Black in the post plant. I said they look a bit casual, but perhaps falling asleep at the desk in that situation.
Yep, they really have fell asleep. The only guess the good thing was there was a couple of hero rifles being bought up, which has somewhat cost a few players their buy, but not too much realistically here, has it? Because it's only a light shield.
Yeah. Yeah, not at all, right? Not at all, because you look at SIUE Black, they didn't bring anything into that. Dank is fighting for his life on short against Quantum Ferret, whose presence alone is threatening enough to keep that player in place, has contact on the turret. It's not a fight which you need to be taking. You can simply sit and wait, and then into the retake, things just a little more difficult for them. Once again, Remy looking for an early engagement with the op on short, but not coming through.
Oh, Toomey stuck in a tough spot there as the rendezvous node gets taken out. Has to drop all the way back, and Blackfire's going to take that space. Elsewhere, Remy does take out Quantum Ferret, but look at the position, look at the presence that's being put here in towards mid. But I tell you what, it was somewhat fleeting. Gardant had to dip out because they've taken a boatload of damage on towards 11 HP. Anthem feeling the turret to the back. Blackfire will take out Blusky on the B site.
How many times have we seen Anthem just sneak through A without anything on the SIUE Black side to shut them down? The Killjoy turret is there this time around. Remy still operating within short, looking to try and find something completely flashed off the angle, but Blackfire now identifying that it is the Jet op in hand, will be moving away and actually urging their teammates to go for this A hit, which
left.
I find altogether quite confusing, considering, you know, the information, there's a turret still there, that could slow them down just a little bit. It's information, gives enough time for Remy to make that swivel and put the op in play, and look at the time, there's barely any of it.
Yeah, there's pretty much minimal. I was going to say Dank's going to pose a big problem here if they
10
can't shut
seconds
them
left.
down, but they finally have. Remy now trying to clear spaces with a knock, but I tell you what's even better at close range has it's Blackfire with the Vandal. Now Toomey has to do it all alone. 3 versus 1, can you clutch up? No, you can't. Blackfire with a 3k.
And there's the 7th. Purdue Black win this first half. It's just a question of how many more can they find. I was saying, you know, theorizing 8-4, 9-3 is what you want to get from this comp as some kind of a baseline, a statement piece for them to go off, considering how the first map ended up turning out. And you know, it's fantastic. It may even go to be more than that in the end. Okay, 9-3 is the most that they can possibly reach, but even then, that is an apex of this game, this series so far between the two teams. I like Blackfire also using the Blaze Wall there towards short to deny the angle on that operator. I questioned it a little bit, the decision making, but you know, obviously an oversight on my part because it was very well calculated from them. And look at this, Anthem just taking them out one by one. How many times have we seen this happen?
Yeah, there is a Jet stuck in wine. A rat in the wine cellar, you could say, but not going to be cleared out. Maybe getting ready to peek out, does so, it does collect Anthem. It makes a second of it. They're turning this into a real meal, the rat, but it completely misses out on Quantum Ferret.
Oh, I just didn't check underneath them. You fly too close to the sun and you may just clip your wings. 1 versus 3 for Toomey now, and the spike is heading elsewhere. Not too sure how he wants to try and read this clutch situation, but is straying away from A for the time being. Main player of note is Blackfire, though, has already cleared out the entirety of spawn. The only remaining positions that Purdue Black have to worry about is within the site itself. And yeah, Toomey now, just as time ticks on, digging themselves a deeper and deeper hole. You know, has a Vandal to claim, so that's one positive to take. But look at the control Purdue have now coming into this retake.
Yeah, it's a really tough task for Toomey. They do have a rifle for next round, so that's why they're just going to try and full send it, I guess, as they slowly walk up in towards B main, not looking to give much away. It might be just playing for X's and making this expensive as possible for Purdue Black, but as you've already said, Hazard, with all the crossfires set up, Toomey, it's going to be a tough ask.
It is. Yeah, there we go. I was just about to start building things up, paint the scene, you know, but yeah, nothing happening, right? Vito ever present in this game so far, chipping in with impact frags here and there, also finding a few multi-kills when it is necessary, and that's an 8th for Purdue. Now looking for their 9th. Ascent, such an open map, said it before, will say it again. You know, teams should be comfortable on this, and it does also potentially leave that threat of can you afford to float it in the pool, because it can sometimes be a punishment of that. And Purdue Black have taken up the task greatly here and set themselves off perfectly to tie the series.
You want to
Cosmic
find it?
Divide going to be sent straight into this. Denies any control from heaven. Here we go. Everything being sent in just to confirm this round, Hazard. And that's going to be so much control in this position. They're on it back, able to clear out hell as well. And they are ready to get this spike down.
Look towards the top of the screen, Cairo.
Planted.
All 5 players for Purdue Black lit up green as those ultimates have been used. 1 round left. Might as well just full send it, mate. Throw the kitchen sink. But the only thing of note is, have they perhaps left themselves a little short-handed in the retake? Was it too much money bet on one horse? We'll have to see what ends up happening. But there isn't too much time that actually SIUE Black can get this done with, and they didn't have the kills, but now they do. 2 need to find a couple. Blackfire swinging back with 1 more, going the extra mile and looking to close this out.
Yeah, and with that seize, it confirms it has these players can stay in amongst the site because they know it is the last round. The time on that spike, as you can hear, will go off. Blackfire, the only one remaining, and they do confirm that 9-3 half.
9-3 half, but Cairo.
No charges left.
Could there be the 9-3 curse? Could it come through? Maybe. Right, let's not get too ahead of ourselves. Purdue have looked incredibly strong so far, and SIUE Black, sometimes from these positions you need to be showing signs of life. Not too much to take away from them so far, but one positive is that they have won every single pistol round so far. Didn't make too much of that early lead in this one, as things were immediately tied and then flipped 4-1 before we saw another response. But yeah, it all starts with this.
It does. It always starts with a pistol round, as does every half. It's what can be the slaying of giants. What could start that crumble, that downfall. But we'll need to see, can SIUE Black somewhat pick apart their opponents? Have been good for pistol rounds all throughout this series.
And like you said, the Bible starts with Genesis, Valorant starts with a pistol round, and it also usually starts with Gardant finding a kill. He has done again on this Headhunter, and from the corner, Quantum should be good for a couple here, but can't quite make a men's of it. Blurski finds that. It's a 3 versus 3.
With a spike being committed now, these players are all going to be set up for what is none other than a bloodbath. Nano Swarm sent in towards short, and Dank now ready to go through. Tries to send it in through their own Nano Swarms. Will feel the pain, and so will Team Para. It's just right-click central, and they're going to clean up that round. Yes, SIUE Black have been good for pistol rounds, but Purdue Black finally answer with their own.
And this is where we start to see a shift in the balance, Cairo. From the first map, SIUE Black winning out both pistol rounds. They won the first on here as well, on Ascent, and now Purdue have a pistol. They are looking like a different team, looking like the beast that we expected and somewhat demanded of them coming into this series. A 10th secured, a gap of 7 rounds, looking for an 11th, soon to grow to an 8th. And, well, we're actually seeing a force. SIUE Black have decided to go all out in this occasion. See if they're either losing this map, they're going to go out in style, or they are going to try and force every single round that they possibly can to bring this back and give themselves a chance.
Oh, has it. Me and you, big fans of football, and sometimes when it gets this dire, you just have to punt it up the park. Hope your centre-half headers it in towards the striker and maybe find a goal. But in terms of centre-halves, who's going to be that playmaker? Who's going to be the one to find the kills? Well, I'll tell you what, it's going to be Blurski as they find the head of Gardan.
Ooh, grimacing after watching that one back. Not the best that we've seen from Garda. Usually expectant of so much more, but Blackfire is one of those players that's really stepped up. SIUE Black doing really well on this round for a force. It is 2 versus 2 now. Toomey found isolated, but Remy is there to support. A triple from him closes out 10-4, and that dream stays alive. You speak in football terms, it's like sending the goalkeeper up for a corner when you're a goal down, and right now they are looking to find as many of these rounds as possible to tie things up.
That is probably a massive round here for SIUE Black and their comeback here. If they can make it a comeback, let's not get too excited. There's still a gap of 6 rounds in Purdue, pretty much in control, but maybe not for this round as they're in the worst of the byes between these two teams.
It's not great, but Quantum does have a Marshall, and that is the main takeaway in terms of weaponry and what they have. These players will probably flank around through Link as well, and then that's an additional upgrade if you can count it, but the only problem is, what site will there be left for them to try and do anything with once SIUE Black have decimated it? Remy finds the kill. And that's a player-man advantage now that they have. Make it 2, make it 3. And just like that, Quantum, their initial incision is the only scarring on the cheek of an otherwise perfect condition SIUE Black.
I don't know why, but I was just imagining you being like at a butcher's counter being like, I'll have 1 steak. Do you know what? Make it 2. Make it 3. Just continuing on with the order.
You think, well, am I a steak guy? What's your favorite meat, Cairo?
It would have to be. I mean, my favorite type of play is that nice little clean headshots.
I was gonna say, when it comes to kills in Valorant, the most satisfying always gonna be the Marshall headshot. Quantum Ferret goes to pick up the Spectre, realizes, wait, I actually don't want to save this weapon. Like, there's no point in doing it. Let me pop the tailwind and fly into the wall and just die. So there we have it. Deficit now reduced to 5. I was seeing a couple of hero rifles brought up here as well.
There's so much credits in the pocket. Remy, yes, they have a Spectre, but they also have the Blade Storm as well, has it. To me, not close to anything else, to the 2 of the 4s. We are just seeing rifles being bought up left, right and centre now. We do have the most menacing of them all being bought up by Gardant.
We certainly do. And Toomey here just spraying away. This is going to be an interesting stat for you, Cairo. The only maps which Purdue Black had lost coming into this series were by a margin of 2 rounds. The 2 13-11s from the series which they did lose, their only defeat so far. And on one of the maps that they lost in a different series was 14-16 against them. So, SIUE Black in with every chance of, not only closing this gap, but maybe sneaking that 13-11 victory. We'll have to see.
I mean, at this moment in time, 5-10, it's pretty much doable for them. And on top of that, they also now have 3 players on rifles against 4 rifles. And in terms of the arsenal that they've got in their pocket, it's nothing to be scoffed at. And they're slowly starting to baseball.
And something we're seeing here from SIUE as well is the way that they want to try and control the mid area, not something which Purdue were, offering very often, whatsoever, in the way that they tried to hold the map. Quantum out with the Blade Storm, but it's Garden who finds the first. There's the follow-up, looking for another, but can't get it.
The orbital strike.
3 versus 2 orbital strike could be big. Will force Garden out of position, but there's no one there to challenge this wide angle. Incendiary also looking to slow things down, but it's the lack of capitalization that worries me. Demon O'Hara's position is so acutely aware, and Garden just jumps in. Blursky simply a spectator as all of this is going on around them. You're not Katniss Everdeen, mate. Put that arrow away. Garden gets a triple, and that's going to be an 11th for Purdue Black.
Oh man, that's the most UK thing I've heard in a while. You're not Katniss Everdeen, mate. Put that away.
Nah, really though.
Nah, it's true.
From that situation, SIUE Black, like, there are some nice ideas being presented, but once that orbital strike comes through, I want to see both players then challenge the heaven angle and see who's been displaced as a result. Make it a more difficult fight for Garden if it's one which he ends up taking. But instead, you're rolling out the welcome mat, allowing him to get comfortable, fly through with a classic, and make light work of that remaining player. So Yeah, need to see a little bit more team play. I think it's been a real story of 2 games so far. In the first game, Purdue Black didn't look so cohesive. And well, to be fair, I think it's been a lot of individual duels for them here, actually, that's won out this game. But SIUE Black perhaps not fighting as well as they had done on Bind when it comes to working as a unit.
There's not a lot of purchases either for Purdue Black if you just core it before going in. It was pretty much pots and pans, which was interesting considering SIUE Black. I mean, they're pretty much where you'd think they would be the same, but no, they've got plenty in pocket.
They certainly do. Gardent holding this angle. Doesn't know that a player has crossed to me from the opposite side, but is aware of it. Actually rendezvous away. Not too sure what that was about, but it's a cooldown burned all the same, and another opportunity that SIUE Black could look to punish.
Where does the punishment come from? Is all the players, again, it's that reservedness that we're seeing from Purdue Black. It cost them on Bind, but on Ascent, when you're on the defence, I mean, realistically has it. You need to take the onus if you're SIUE Black. You need to see them go and challenge these. Vital does get dank, and here we go, the curveball comes through, and it's paying out. Seems as if everything that gets done gets turned to gold. But that time, it gets turned to death. That's going to be even better. Blossgate relegates this team down to 3. But the time...
I was gonna say for a moment here, as this round looks to be a done deal. SIUE Black are going for it, but perhaps just ill-advised. Yeah, does think better of it. Perhaps there is a direct line from my microphone to their headsets, because you just got to be saving in that situation. Oh no. Blurski makes an absolute mess of it, and Anthem will claim at least 1 kill back. And that's more weapons that can't be kept through here. I was just about to say, the economy for Purdue Black out of winning the previous round was so poor. Players are on sheriffs and stingers. Not too sure if they were just trying to bag a few style points, but yeah, I guess neither of these teams could really get the situation under wraps as it stands.
Well, finally, they do have it under wraps, and at the perfect point, Hazza. They are on map point, looking to equal out the series. A nice little lineup from the Sova as they look to hit in towards A. Is going to be followed up with that Hunter's Fury, which pays out here, and that's not going to catch out anybody else as Blackfire comes through with a run it back. There is a rifle to be picked up as the swing comes through from Dank. It gets shut down. The last 2 remaining players. It's Blackfire puts on a show for the last round.
Blackfire on fire, a scorched earth policy from that position. You've got to be going aggressive. The lockdown hanging over you, the weight of it, just see how many players you can take out, and it's going to be every last one. What a response from Purdue Black. A 13-5 victory, and it pushes us all the way to a map 3. We hadn't seen them concede too many maps in this tournament before. That first one, perhaps just a blip on the radar. Next up for you all, we'll be going to Haven. But first, a very short break. Hello everyone and welcome back to NECC Fall 2022. It's week 8, the final week as we look in towards playoffs, and we have a real series here, right? It's one which is, fought from both ends. Purdue Black, they're just looking to style on the rest of those teams, keep themselves in the first position, not drop down to second or third, depending on how other results end up going. And for SIUE Black, they want to try and kick on into the playoffs, keep that place confirmed for them. They lost out on that second map of Ascent after winning Bind in a pretty convincing fashion. Now we find ourselves on Haven.
Yeah, a totally different challenge posed to these players, I should probably have said. This is a three-map site. Oh my god, a three-site map
stint. Three-site map, 3-map stint, 3 series, whatever it is, right?
Yeah, exactly. This is where a lot of these initiators will feel the pressure, but Hazza, we're actually only going to get a one initiator team for both teams.
Yeah. I think that's what we've come to expect from both of these teams at this point in time, Cairo. In terms of the compositions that we have here, I'm also left scratching my head just a little bit in terms of what ideas it is actually that we want to see these teams go for, because it was a real mix last time around. We had that really aggressive comp from Purdue Black with the double duelist. They're going for it again, and I think it's probably, all things considered, a little more well-rounded. For the attackers, they've brought in the Raze, but there's no Fade to back it up as the initiator. While Skye is good in her own right, that adjustment that's been made to her casting the flashes, it hasn't helped the most. Also, looking at what utility there is to combine with the paint shells and set Blursky up to be in those dangerous situations like he was on Bind, I'm not too sure. I'm really not too sure.
It's just, I think, as casters, as well, when you're on Haven and you don't see a double initiator, you do feel slightly uneasy. The good thing is both teams have went for double duelists, so it's slightly even on that front, but one team does have those flashes and is more well-rounded, as you said.
I think it's always that old NA meta to be going for double duelists, and one of those is Blackfire. Takes the initial duel, Dank trades it out, gunfights being taken everywhere on the map. I think Haven's going to be the best that we see between both of these teams, especially considering the fact that we've had 2 different stories so far, and the ones in which, Purdue Black, SIUE Black, they're both taking so many individual gunfights. They're so split up, so spread out. This one's going to be a complete skirmish from front to back, because the way that they look to approach it hasn't been that methodical so far.
Yeah. In terms of the hits, it is going to be on towards the B site. The spike already initiated. At least there was some information on where it was coming through before the spike went down, that being the chamber utility. But I'll tell you what, Hazza, you have Quantum Ferret also to do some work.
Nice clean shot from him on this retake. And now you've got to be looking at those positions from SIUE Black and how they try to set themselves up. It's within the bowels of the site itself, leaving things so exposed. Purdue come storming in and find everything they need to claim that one, claim the defuse, and find their second back-to-back pistol rounds. So, it was the first 2 pistol rounds on Bind that SIUE Black could take. They even got the third when it came to Ascent, but the last 2 both going the way of Purdue Black, and a real shift in momentum that we can identify between these 2 teams.
It feels as if Purdue Black are that anime villain that, they take the blow and they're like, yeah, I've seen you've been training. Hey, so what type of reactions to that?
You love this one, man. You love your little anime thing. I think more than anything, it's like Little Red Riding Hood with the wolf in the bed, right? Tired eyes. We know them to be a dangerous beast, and they finally get a look at Little Red Riding Hood. All the better to see you with, and ready to sink in those claws.
Remy sinking the claws in towards guard, and the player's just caught out. And the Trailblazer, that's not it. It's the Prowler that was chasing them away. Quantum Ferret on the entry in towards site gets one, and they'll help out here as the players completely cut them down. It's Remy all the way outside on C long to try and get a pick. They won't do it, and there will be a defuse to come through.
Anthem, that should be illegal to get the second kill there, the follow-up with only 8 points of health. And look at that, how much time there was left on the clock. The retake is done within 15 seconds of the spike being planted. And just like that, Purdue Black put themselves up 2-0. Only one weapon hitting the ground at that point in time. Gardant, of course, as well, going on to the Headhunter, so has a long-distance challenge that they're able to take up with this. You know, this is not something to turn your nose up at, and SIUE Black will have to make sure that they're keeping their wits about them here, because I think we're going to see a mid push. I think Purdue Black are just going to take this space away from them, and then we're straight in towards the flank. Such an interesting way to approach the round.
Yeah, and it's a nice adaptation or realisation from Purdue Black to be like, right, okay, we've left the site, so we're just going to take it from the back. But again, SIUE Black doing even better. They're going deep with that jet. Dank takes out Vital, so that's a nice way to start off this round.
The question is, do they expect many more players from the opposite side? I love this adaptation from Remy to then take control in defender's spawn and just be holding for this rotate. It'll give so much information towards where SIUE Black can expect their retake to come in from. Quantum to open things up, but instantly traded from over the top of the smoke. Kills going back and forth, but for the most part, this kill feed is dominant. It's red. And Gardant will be lucky to find anything from the amount of health they have in the red zone, a singular point. And I wouldn't even want to save a Spectre here. This is just going to be denying those ultimate orbs to be picked up. And or actually may have even looked to get something else. No, that is all.
Yeah, Dank also getting caught out. That'll be a rifle loss, which is going to have to be bought up. More rifles having to be, more credits having to be invested for them if they do want to do so. And that is going to be that case. And on top of that, but this time, Purdue Black now on rifles, so they do have somewhat of an advantage moving into this one.
I like the A control being taken by SIUE Black here as well. On the buy rounds, I want to see how much Purdue try and attempt this area of the map. I think A lobby is one of the most important areas alongside Garage on the way that you choose to try and play Haven. As the attacking team, it takes a little bit more to pry it from the hands of your opponent. But if you're able to do so, it's so much extra control that you can use in the late round to try and sell a fake. But there's no kind of illusion behind this push. SIUE going straight towards C, bursting in and getting that spike down almost immediately.
Yeah, there is obviously the Sky Smokes invested early, and because they took a little bit time extra to get that spike down, that will dissipate earlier, allowing them in towards site quicker. But it's whether they go for that quick execution. That's when they completely missed out Blusky. At least there was a second to catch that kill. Vital catches out Remy to come through to at least get a trade after that kill, but it's not to be. The orbital strike being played for by On Long.
A great paranoia late in the round to condemn Dank to their death. Orbital strike coming through. Anthem sticking it at least half. That's job done as far as they're concerned. Gardant will clean off the final player. And just like that, the defuse can come through. So very nicely operated there as a team. And look, I can hold my hands up and say that we have seen some good team play coming out of Purdue from this defensive side in their retakes. Not something which perhaps we got to see too much of, but Haven is so reliant on all parts of the machinery working in tandem and for one another, or you can really, really struggle. So this defense doing a brilliant job so far.
And now moving in towards this round, it's a decent buy here for SIUE Black. It's another one of those gamble buys though, Hazza, on that front, because there's a Marshall and a Stinger as well. Two lesser weapons that can do damage at certain ranges, the ranges that favour them. But I'll tell you what, a Vandal can do damage at any ranges. They will take out Gardant, and that's going to be a really rough one.
A great opener to make this site defense a little bit easier than it was in the previous round, right? SIUE Black had nothing else extra to go off, and with these player numbers, they can sit heavy towards the garage position. And also this time around, Purdue Black aren't flanking from within mid as well, so there's no crunch to take this away. They have to just go dropping in, but seem to win out fights all the same. Vito gets one, Blackfire with another in this run it back, breathing so much space into this. Quantum takes an additional kill, and Blursky's position already known. Blackfire will claim, and that is now a fourth for Purdue Black. Another 4-1 lead taken for them here in the opening stages of the final map.
You can't help but feel, Hazza, how impactful that run it back actually was when they cleared out the site. Being able to identify one player on, I don't know if they actually saw the player on long, but definitely the player on default, which allowed Quantum Ferret to actually clear out that player that was close towards Garage.
Yeah, it's just information being taken. More than anything else, something about Phoenix, which if you compare him to Reyna, for example, they have some similar abilities. Reyna's Leer, you know, it's a flash the same way Phoenix has his curveball. He can heal himself the same way she can, you know, heal or dismiss off of a kill. But the run it back will always deliver passive value as an ultimate, because at the very least you can take some information back. And look at that, Blackfire once again proving their worth in terms of kills. Raw and outright finding one. Quantum Ferret, the other duelist, getting a couple of their own.
Yeah, now Toomey just getting caught out by the Haunt, knowing, well, I guess somewhat of the position, the general location. The spike stuck in shot. It's going to be a tough task to try and get that back as Demon tries to take out that trademark with a smoke. That might be impactful later in the round, but with so little players in their pocket and to reinforce, I mean, you may as well expend the utility.
One enemy
We've got to hold
remaining.
our horses here for a moment. Never mind. Quantum Ferret gets it either way. I was just about to say, Demon had completely slipped through the lines in that situation and could have gone absolutely huge. But the trademark getting smoked off, it was something that Quantum was aware of, perhaps just double checking there, maybe even thinking a player had gone through Garage and gone for the long rotate through defender's spawn. But yeah, good that Purdue are now aware of that, right? That a player could go for a flank, you know, bypassing the trademark.
Yeah.
So yeah, definitely something to be aware of. And then also the limited range of smokes that Demon has here on Haven as a map means that I think SIUE Black more than anything have been shoehorned into these heavy executes where they just look to hit one site specifically. Also then looking at the round wins Purdue Black have, the majority of them are retakes, so really leaning in towards that team play which we've seen from them so far.
Blackfire already trying to do some initial damage just on the shoulder of Toomey, and they'll come back with a haymaker of their own. Quantum Ferret does take out the raise, and well, the Brim very low on HP. I like this adaptation on towards A. Yeah, this is a big position here. They need to clear this out. They've spammed close by, but Vital just comes through, gets two. One more, the paranoia comes out. Can they find it? They're going to try and go for an outplay. They've got further up, but the chamber will need to re-clear. They're feeling a bit paranoid themselves here about the position of this Omen.
Seeker comes through to confirm it, but it puts a target on Dank's back, one which Garden hits the bullseye with 6-1. Purdue Black storming into the lead here on their defender-sided Haven. It's really just been a complete different story since we saw that bind game to open things off. Purdue Black, you know, the sleeping beast, and now that they've finally awoken, they've hit a second gear, because right now nothing going for SIUE Black whatsoever. I mean, I said before about the retakes. You either concede the site or Purdue Black just completely shut you down before you manage to hit it.
And they have been completely shutting them down. A nice warning shot off from Gardant there, just narrowly misses out one of the players. And at this point has a Purdue Black taking advantage. This has been a hugely successful round for them. The showstopper coming through, can't quite find out these players, but that goes really deep. Just takes away, well, some of the health of them, but there's still 5 players to retake the site.
Yeah, nice AoE damage put through. More than anything, I want to see SIUE Black support Blurski a little bit more on this raise, right? Set him up with guiding lights to go for more aggressive space-taking maneuvers and make this post plant a little bit easier for them, give him a player advantage. Looks like he'll be doing it all by himself here, bursting out of the smoke and in a blur, taking 2 players down. There are trades immediately, however, and Purdue Black once again so good in this retake.
Oh no, Toomey's had to be relocated outside, but they don't know about Dank still in Garage. They can just tap away here. Not on the spike now. Vital just stuck in such a tough spot here. As Dank's found exactly where they are and will collect.
Yeah, Vito just then looking like Stevie Wonder. aiming straight at the wall, and nothing can be done. Taken out 6-2. Purdue Black still have 3 times as many rounds on their defense, and well, I think 6 is an amazing number just by itself to be taking out of this one, right? Like, any more than this and you're already feeling very happy about yourself if you are Purdue. And with an operator in the hands of Quantum, Gardan perhaps moving on to this tour de force as well, you've got a double op set up to contend with. One of those is sold up. Actually, it will just be Gardan, but yeah, really difficult one to try and upturn here for SIUE Black and claim a few more rounds.
And this is the problem that they're facing. I mean, realistically, I would say a successful half for Purdue would be one more. Obviously, they'll be one a lot more, but when you're on Haven defense has it, you're always feeling that just an advantage into the next half is enough.
Yeah, I think the defensive half is probably where Blursky would be able to shine a bit more on that raise. A duelist, but one which is a lot stronger in the defense because of what you can do with the sheer amount of utility damage to inhibit these players. But here comes the other duelist, Blackfire. Another kill found from that run it back. Flashes into the site. Toomey completely unawares, but so is Blackfire. They completely cross each other's paths. Anthem finding a couple more. Only Dank left. 1 versus 2. These gunfights being taken always so scrappy between the two teams.
Teleport's ready.
Yeah, nobody able to get clear engagements in Dank
30
is known
seconds
about.
left.
They know just to spam away. This player not relocating at all. Going to try and brute force your way out, and you can't brute force your way into an op hazard.
You certainly can't, right? Try as you might, flex the muscles, but it's entirely reliant on Garden not being able to frag out the spike, the opposite entry point, as well as it had been taken through long. The gap now 5, Purdue Black winning a half again. This time it's the defenders' half of Haven. As you said before, very momentum based, and I think we're seeing that play out in front of our eyes. But not only are we seeing the momentum play out, SIUE Black, when they swap things over, you have to be a little bit worried about what they can find. I mean, Brim as a controller, I think if we're going off pure agent selections here, we'll be able to do a lot more on the defense.
Yes.
You know, so too will Raze, but with the double duelist, you're always looking to be making something good of this first half, and Blursky finally will.
Anthem already. Oh, what a lot of damage that is. Having enforcing to be forced back.
Yeah.
Not getting a chance to even re-enter in towards that site there. At least get an early pick. And Dank being so deep knows about Blackfire.
Dank reads into this as well. Goes off the audio cue of the Blaze wall. Knows that the trademark otherwise would have been hit and takes the gunfight. Has a few more players on the cards potentially as well as steps are being made, but this is a save call from Purdue Black. They're not going for it. Pop in the hand of Gardan. They want to try and keep it for the next one. Save it for a rainy day, but Dank will continue to challenge, prod and poke from different angles, even goes for the fake flash. This isn't CS. Don't think it's going to pan out for you as well, but all the same, looking at the HP of these Purdue players, yeah, it has to be stopped dead in their tracks. Nothing going here for them.
Yep, saves up the off as well, Gardan. Just going to fire off a warning shot, see if they can pick anything off as the round ends. And now at least they have an op into towards the next round. They've got plenty in their pocket to keep going and keep themselves comfortable, Hazza. And it's, I guess, as big a lead as possible at this moment in time for them.
Yeah, it could be 2 9-3 halves in a row, and then perhaps we activate the 9-3. Again, you know, like it could happen. It could happen, but it didn't on the previous map. That ended up 13-5, and this one looks to be heading to similar straights. It's just dependent on whether Purdue are able to find any more from this defense or not, or if SIUE Black can give themselves a tenable position from which to work when they do ultimately move over as well.
I like Dank's positioning, actually, because they've realised that
Spike planted.
what Purdue Black have been trying to do is catch them on the flank, catch them maybe coming from behind.
And not only that, they like to crunch this garage position from both ends because it makes the retake a little bit easier. Won't be exactly what they do on this occasion, and it seems as if... wait, what? He hasn't found the kill. I thought that he was holding on to it, but no, Vito's just slipped the complete way past from right in front of his very eyes, and now Dank from Garage will have to try and win this out in a 1 versus 4. It's not going to happen.
It's such a tough round. In general, I can't help but feel that Dank had a massive part to play, but on top of that, the gunfights on the site just weren't won out.
No, go and rewind the VOD. For anyone that's watching, clip that, go watch it back. That has to be the timing of a century. I'm pretty sure that Dank, from holding the flank, right on top of where that trademark was, literally turned around like half a second before Vito moved through. And then the retake was in full effect. Purdue Black win it out for the 5th time now. That's 5 retakes of the 8 rounds that they have. And now a gap of 5 rounds built up between the 2 teams.
Well, the players already on site have created a crossfire, just holding out. The Seekers have been put in, but Anthem, will take out Bosky. There's no garage control for this round, and you know what? That does well, because the Purdue Black players can now just come in and start to pose even bigger problems. They've run it back huge, and they're just waiting for the Phoenix to come back, but they won't get a chance as Anthem from Garage comes through and collects 3.
Anthem once again coming in with big kills, impactful kills, paying Blackfire's bail there in that situation, because Toomey had him dead to rights, was lining up the headhunter as the bullets had ran out to place one in his skull as he emerged like a phoenix from the flames, and that's literally why he's named that. But either way, 9-3, we do hit the same heights that we did on Ascent, and with Purdue Black now moving to their attacker side with this comp, I'm thinking that a pistol round would probably be the nail in the coffin.
It really could be. It really could be, Hazza. The nail in the coffin, the series done and over. Purdue Black taking that #1 spot for sure. SIUE Black, they had the chance, but it's been ever so fleeting. Now the pistol round comes through, and you were theorising about, I guess, the utility, which is going to be much more effective on this side, but again, it comes down to those gun duels.
Let's run it back as well, right? Oh my goodness, Dank has seen a little bit too more, right? They peered round the curtain and saw something they didn't like, turned away from it. That's 3 players, and actually, this is a call to arms for Purdue Black. The green light, as far as they're considered, this charge will be storming in towards C.
Yeah, it really has been like a red herring to them. They've just completely charged down into it, and maybe that was the wrong idea, the wrong choice, because they've just been completely stomped out of the site. They know that there's one player hit the trademark, and that is the Phoenix of Blackfire.
It was such a funny response to the way that they played the round as Remy takes another kill, leaving only Vito, who gets a choice headshot through the mid-drift of Dank and onto Toomey, taking them out. Yeah, it was almost as if Dank had seen someone having a private conversation, was eavesdropping rudely in front of them, and Purdue Black felt, personally attacked by it and wanted to go and hunt them down as a result. But no, that is SIUE Black finding another pistol round. So now, at the very least, they lead the way in terms of pistols and what we've seen. I believe it's a scoreline of 4-2 across the 3 maps that we have seen so far. Just looking at kill impacts, Quantum 15-4, was 15-3 before the previous round started on a 5 KD, and well, that number is only going to get worse. Now dropped to 3, but Remy equally as potent on that jet roll.
Toomey finds another with the Marshall. It just seems to be this situation where they continuously find heads. A nice peek out there relegates Toomey down to 5 HP. Just as well they had the heavy shield. Oh no, that's very close to a collat.
Anthem nearly finding a couple there. I mean, even with that 1 kill found, it's a bittersweet symphony, because it seems like SIUE Black are going to be running away with this one. God aren't usually good for a kill here and there, but as the last headhunter bullet is spent, the head is shaking. They know it just as well as we do, and well, okay, perhaps not. That one's a little bit off script, but nicely done all the same. Toomey does claim that's a 3rd for him, and the anti-eco all wrapped up.
good stuff all round, Hazza. Now, when we look at what's going on, it's the rifle round. Hooray, we're finally here. Feel as if like I'm at like some sort of like game show host where it's like, well, welcome everybody to the rifle round.
Ladies and gentlemen, you know how this one goes. We're in the rifle round. That's 5 rifles for Purdue Black, but SIUE Black off the previous. Gardant finding that one on the classic means only 2 can be kept over. It's a mixed investment. How will it fare for them? We'll have to see in the rifle round. Let's get ready to rumble! And Remy's coming straight in with a couple of blows, but they don't find their mark. Blurski also shifting, ducking and weaving, bobbing their head left and right in the arena.
I'm not even going to continue this one.
On the opposite side of the canvas, it's Purdue Black, and they're looking to make their way through Garage, but it's Toomey on the opposite side. A sucker punch and Quantum Ferret falls.
Right, well, I'm calling this one as the players move through from Garage Hazza. The spike just tried to be initiated there, but finally Anthem will catch that brim out of the back of sight. But with that being said, they're already looking to get back in towards that site. The player that had been picked off earlier, that's an upgrade for one of the players on SIUE Black, but the advantage has been taken.
It has, from 4 players on each side, all 4 corners of the arena called to action. Only Toomey remains as they all get kills for Purdue. Has some headhunter bullets. I mean, it's a risky game to play. It's like putting it all on Black. Black does win every single time, whichever way you look at this series, because both of those teams have it in their name. But yeah, that's 300 credits down the drain. Nothing found from it. Toomey can't claim. It's still enough to bring those players out their hidey hole and lend Blackfire another ultimate orb. 10-5, double the rounds and double digits secured.
Double digits secured, ever so closer to that alluded 13th. You'd think it would be unlucky 13, but I mean, for most of these teams, that's exactly what they would want. There is a tour de force to be used by Toomey here, as they are ready to use that willingly because they're on a classic.
Ready.
Yeah, it's like a cheap operator, right? But it shoots better, it makes slow fields. You only have 5 bullets, but that's the price you pay when you're speaking of ultimates here. 8 orbs that you need to bring it online as well, so costly in that regard.
I was gonna say, man, that this like whole every single time there's a site push, it's been so chaotic, and I have to give a shout. I was just gonna give a shout out to Caroline because God bless her soul, man. She's been doing a pretty amazing job.
She certainly has on the observing, and here as well we'll be treated to something a little cinematic to cool things off, right? Relax us. Before the ensuing chaos that looks to be a peek in towards the tour de force of Toomey, but it doesn't collect. That's going to be troublesome for SIUE Black because now they have that information, Purdue, from which to move and head elsewhere. Dank trying to hold this down on their lonesome, but can't get anything from it. And that is the entry which is required to break the neck of the site and soon too the neck of Demon as it gets snapped by the Omen, the Dark Devil himself.
Yep, nice regenerative ability now because of the run it back. They've got the information where Blurski is. Yes, they collected onto one. I think it was just actually a collection of that ultimate kill. But the last remaining player is in Garage. Yeah.
Omen, the undead Vito. I think a very pivotal player to be looking at in this series as a whole. One which I think it's fair to say inspired the comeback on Ascent and is helping their team to close it out here on Haven. Map 3, I think many people weren't expecting it to go as far as this, but it has done, and Purdue up to the challenge of bringing this back in a reverse sweep, claiming their 11th there and relegating SIUE to a very poor bye.
Yeah, they are basically giving up, giving up the win and straight out. They are going to have to be forced to play for overtime if they can even get it to that situation, Hansa. That's a far problem, a bridge to be crossed at a later time, but I don't think it'll be coming soon.
You want to
a
play?
far-fetched ideal. I'm not sure if it'll be coming soon, if at all. Look at this. All 5 lanes of the map being pushed one by one on the SIUE Black side. Up into the corner of A lobby. Just sat next to the market crate will be the jet knives of Remy, but they're yet to sink into a player just yet. And once more, may just be a while before we actually see that happen, because the way that Purdue Black have played this attacking side has been very reserved. They like to take mid-control, slow down the pace, and look for these overextensions of the SIUE Black side, which I think is very admirable, because it's what you expect when they have two duelists.
This is the problem, though. Everything's slowed down, and all roads are leading to B at this moment in time with the players' positions. But as I say that, the Custer Cuss comes through, and they slowly make their way on towards C.
Yeah, C, the easier one to hit later in the round. We said before, you've got to make that engagement with A control if you want to head towards it. It's information that SIUE Black could be taking. I would much prefer Remy to be holding this a little wider, looking out for short and allowing that rotate from Blursky to come through sooner, because instead they've expended two players towards that side of the map. You know, some control perhaps that they could have given nearer to C, and without it, conceding the site entirely.
Yep, Remy's picked up Gardan, has got a little upgrade for themselves as they expend all the knives, trying to hit Anthem's head. The Prowler comes through, and Remy just choosing a cloud burst. But this is it, it's all turned into that chaotic situation again. And who thrives in those situations, Hazard? It has to be Purdue. It's Demon of O'Hara is left to do it all.
Yeah, Demon is playing tricks with the devil when it comes to spelling out that long name, but it's a long game that we could be treated to if SIUE Black can contend with this, bring anything back. There's no time, though. There's no time, no life, no opportunity to swing back as Quantum Ferret gets a 4K, wins out the Jet duel, and makes it 7 that SIUE Black now need to climb if they want to win this series, or at least push it to an overtime. Oh my goodness.
Could you imagine? Could you imagine if we got to overtime? I think our producer would hate us if we.
I think, you know, the best way to describe how I would be feeling at that point in time would be SpongeBob when he goes to visit Sandy and pretends like he doesn't need the glass of water in front of him, because we would be running on fumes at that point in time. But here we go.
Here we go indeed. Potentially the last execute to come through, and it's going to be a fast one. The paint shell's dropped onto Anthem's feet, and that's going to allow an isolation, but the isolation doesn't work out. Blackfire and Gardan find two of their own, and the spike now down.
5 versus 3, and that number will continue to grow. I can count on down as I did before. 3, 2, and now just the 1. 2me in a 1 versus 4 has no idea where the shadow step is. Vito with a little bit of flair, a Tekka's play as you would call it, closes out. 2 13-5s in the reverse sweep to close things out after that initial loss on Bind. What a turnaround from Purdue, one perhaps which we expected of their caliber, their position, as they do confirm first place in their Challengers division, but all the same, very nicely done from them.
Pardon me, sorry, I just had a little bump there before you handed it off. Yeah, no, it was really well played from Purdue. They just showed their class when it got to those latter two maps. Unfortunately for SIUE Black, they just couldn't keep up. There was some nice plays in there, I'm thinking of Remy's 4K specifically, but all in all, the team play just came through and won.
Yeah, and that's the main thing that we have to focus on, right? Looking at both of these teams, plenty of individuals across the board, all of them in their own right incredibly capable. It's just more about the way that they set themselves up. And Haven, always the ultimate test of team play, relies so much on control, push and pull, give and take, what you're willing to use utility wise, making sure that you're maximizing that expenditure as much as possible, being shrewd in your accounts. Coming into the retake, it allows an opportunity for a team to bite back many times, and that's what we saw from Purdue. Incredibly acute with the way that they used utility to move back through. The paranoias as well, I think, has to be a key piece of note there. The difference between having a Brim on this map and having an Omen is quite vast, because he, you know, not only does he offer those smokes on almost a worldwide basis, but you have the paranoia for the retake. Even the Shrouded Step at the end, right, was that little flourish play to close out the series. But more than anything else, it was the way that Purdue organized themselves as a unit, and is why they are the most feared team currently in this Challenger division.
Yeah, it really is. But Hazard, again, it's one of those scenes, I have to see it, that's us done for the night.
It is us done for the night, and this time it's not going to be a wave from you hello, it's a wave goodbye, most unfortunately, and that's us waving goodbye to the group brackets, right? We're now moving in towards the playoffs in the next couple of weeks to see out the tournament in this full split. I, for one, can't wait for it. We'll have to go for another 7 days or so, though, before that next Monday night Valorant slot. I've, of course, been Hazza, once again joined on the microphone alongside Cairo. It's been an absolute pleasure. We will see you all soon. There is more series coming up, however, so don't go anywhere. Just keep us in your hearts, keep us in your thoughts and prayers, and yeah, we'll see you then.
Welcome everyone. We're ready to go for our series here today. It is going to be a good one here to close out the B stream. I'm very excited for it. We are going into this one, CGC IUC, or UIC, I believe, Flare, going up against Purdue Gold, and going to be kicking it to see who gets the claim of first place. My name is Orbital. With me here is Mark. Mark, how you doing today?
I'm doing just fine, and actually we've got a really good game on our hands. It's going to be really interesting. Right now, where these teams are both standing, well, honestly, CGC, they might be able to clinch that top 2 position if they're able to pull out of this map, but regardless, they're going to be locked into the top 3, so you know that this is going to be, honestly, one of the best teams in this entire division. However, that's not to count out Purdue Gold at all either. Depending on how this one goes, they can finish anywhere between 3rd and 5th, but regardless, both of these teams are pretty much locked in for playoffs, which means we're probably going to have some quality Valorant tonight.
Oh yeah, and the best part about it is this is week 8, right? This is as close as you can get to a performance that you're going to see in the playoffs, right? This is a very important time for anyone that's played in a competitive setting. You know that the more information you have leading into the playoffs, the better. And for these two teams, depending on how things break out, as you said, you know, first place retention versus 5th place drop, there is a possibility that these two teams meet in the playoff bracket, so it's very important that they get as much information as they can and also try and give their best performance, give themselves a great deal of information to work with. Let's go ahead and run down the teams here if we can. Taking a look on the CGC UIC Flares side, it is Tone, Ansi, YZN, Crafty, and ZZ coming out for this roster.
Yeah, and I just want to say, YZN, super excited for this player, simply just because I was someone who also took public health university, so seeing it come around, Now, I'm not saying I'm biased here. However, I think that this is honestly just a really well put together team. And you know what? You bring up something interesting. They could be a little bit creative, save some of those strats for later on. So super excited to see what CGC is going to be bringing out. But that's not to take away from Purdue Gold at all. So let's take a look at the players that are going to be coming in here. We have Spaghetti. We got My Name is Jeff, King Lion Leo, The Real Honcho, and FMS Scopus.
Yeah, X-Scopes is what they are saying. We're not sure how we're going to get that entire mouthful out, but it's going to be a good time, right? Hopefully, it's a very, very fun time. And again, these teams are both coming off of a decent set of wins. I believe both teams are currently sitting with a 2-0 at the end. Of course, CGC, UIC, Flare sitting with a great run of 6 in a row after losing week 1. So I'm very excited to see what they have for us here for the maps. And I mean, we saw fairly standard in our previous series with Purdue Black. This time around, it's a little bit more interesting. You can see there, we got Breeze and Fracture in this rotation.
And, you just gotta pick what's cool and new. Minus Pearl. Pearl, people are still trying to avoid here. That's not too unsurprising. I mean, throughout this entire season, maybe some teams could have practiced Pearl, but let's just keep it simple. Let's just keep it easy and start things out onto Ascent. And then our second map is going to be Breeze, just like you said. And worst comes worst, we might head right into Fracture, the map that has been slightly modified, but generally speaking, pretty good. But I'm super excited. Ascent is a map that almost every single team has into their rotation, so I imagine that things are going to start out a little bit spicy between these two teams.
I mean, if they don't at this point, it's actually very worrying, right? Because once we go into playoffs, you're looking at best of 5s, right? Or you're looking at best of 5s, you make a deep run in the playoffs, and that's very, very dangerous. So if you are not exceptionally well-versed in some of these more basic maps, and, we say that with all the love in the world, you're going to have a rough time at this point. The Ascent, the Bind, the Haven, these are maps you should know by heart, right? They should be more in terms of individual skill instead of, oh, I didn't realize that's a corner, especially here in the Champions Division. So let's get underway. It will be CGC rounding out on the defensive to kick things off, and then on the attack, we are taking a look at the side of Purdue, and we can go ahead and see some stock standard agents making their way through. Nothing too crazy just yet.
Yeah, and honestly speaking, I kind of really like the way that we're seeing Purdue Gold start to put their squad together. I'm a really big fan of bringing Killjoy in onto this map. I've seen a couple of teams try to be a little bit more creative, bring in a Breach, but the KO does a really good job of shutting things down as well. But as long as you're just kind of playing intelligently, Killjoy's still a very viable operator on this map. So I think that this agent is going to make quite a big difference. On the other side, though, we're seeing some new strats come through. We got that Fade that is kind of rotated their way into pretty much every single team comp on maps like Ascent. But it's being comboed with the Raze there, Orbital.
Yeah, and again, when we say new, it's not really new, right? Fade is not really. We should say modern, right? It's a modernization of this style, right? When we talk about modern, it's fairly new, but it's just a little bit more advanced. Even advanced probably isn't the right word. It's modern versus the OG setup here, right? The Killjoy coming out here, the KO a little bit tossed in, but the Omen making a comeback, and then of course the Jet and Sova. I mean, it's old school. It's what we like to see, but Purdue Gold are going to try and run it out here. I love the synergy, though. CGC, UIC, Flare, you won my heart with the Ducky synergy. Automatic win to them. I love it. I love it.
Man, and I thought I was going to be the one coming into this with a little bit of bias just because of one of their majors, but never mind. Let's just throw all of our bags into one team.
When you get all 5 like that, I ain't gonna hate at all. Like, you won a casting start. That one and giving us easy to pronounce names,
Yeah, that always helps too, just from the production standpoint. But yeah, let's take a look at how this defensive positioning is going to be set up. And honestly, this is pretty standard on the quote-unquote modern composition for Ascent. You can already see that we're going to be having that Raze as well as the Fade just kind of go in onto A. And you always see these two agents play together, and they're probably going to be pushing out aggressively. And this could actually be pretty detrimental for the attackers because, yeah, they should be completely forced back. And if they want to make their way in onto that A site, it's going to be extremely difficult for Purdue Gold to find anything.
Yeah, great stall out tactic. I really, really like that. You're taking your chances, but CGC, UIC, Flare, they are still sitting with the 2-3, and with the small rotate from Purdue Gold, it's a test either way. Ooh. Good little dodge out there as well. The KO setting out a little bit of a feeler, but not finding anything, so maybe a false sense of security. Purdue Gold gonna be slowly walking their way forward. All 5 over on this edge, and in goes a little bit of a bolt. So information granted, has been spotted out underneath, but spotted but not looked at. That's 2 for the Chamber. Chamber looking for a few more, gets a 3rd, looking for a 4th, and you get it! An ace to kick things off! Alright, I see you, I see you!
That was round 1. All right, we're, we're hitting the ground running tonight. Specifically Yazin. First of all, given the fact that the 0 Point got that piece of information and even shut down the headhunter, makes what we just saw that much more impressive. A fantastic start for CGC. We said that they're the ones who were going to be trying to lock in that top 2, and with a performance like that coming out from Yazin, I think that's going to be a lot more possible. An absolute stomp. Purdue Gold just decimated.
Some people usually say, save your voice, right? The first play is never the big one. I feel that's a pretty big one, right? When you get an ace off the rip, it not only boosts your own confidence, but it causes some problems to the opponent. But right now, Purdue Gold saying, listen, we're not going to be shaken up just yet. You still have to work your way through so much more. Tone says, hey, let's go ahead and give you a run for your own money. It's a 1-2 trade. UIC down on the hole a little bit, but enough damage has been laid down that Purdue Gold do have to rotate out.
I was just about to say, if you think of the meta game here for a second, the fact that they're already able to get 2 of the defending agents, sure, they weren't able to necessarily pick up the guns, which would have been fantastic, but they still have a numbers advantage here, and more importantly, quite a few of their agents alive. They didn't use that much utility either to poke that A site, so they're going to have a lot in their arsenal to try and move things in. Of course, Yazin, the only agent watching this B site, could be a little bit dangerous. We saw that performance, but that Owl Drone gives not enough information, so Yazin goes for the swing. Already good for 1 orbital. It's so clean.
So clean, and again, even with the 0 Point, it's crazy that Yazin is getting away with this, right? One time is a misnomer, right? It's that exception, right? To get another one while still being spotted out, if it happens a 3rd time, I'm going to be very, very concerned, but right now, it's still holding true, right? Again, this is that anti-eco. It is landing in CGC UIC's favor. The fact that a plant went down still should be held to a great degree. Purdue Gold get the plant. They should have plenty of money to buy up in that 3rd round. UIC Flare go ahead and round up to 2-0.
And honestly, even though the numbers will say differently, I think that's a win for Purdue Gold. They got the spike down, very important, but also too, they took out 3 of CGC members. And sure, CGC, they're going to be able to carry those 2 Spectres into this next round, but that's extremely hard if you want to go for that bonus. And I imagine right now in their comms, they're wondering whether or not they do try and save it so they can get a consistent rifle round. Yazin busting out the tour de force, though, might make things a little bit more rounded. Purdue Gold, the ball is in their court. They need to start dribbling a little bit harder in order to get that sick 3-pointer if they want to turn things around.
Yeah, they might even go for a dunk here, depending on how confident they are, right? This is going to be very, very interesting. Yazin being able to drop the turret, which is actually going to cause some problems here. You saw Purdue Gold, they were looking to be a little bit more up, and Yazin, understanding that you couldn't take that chance, snipes out the turret and walks back to safety.
Oh, that's so unfortunate, though, because that gives the information that the tour de force is going to be stagnant on that B site, which means that if you are Purdue Gold, never mind, we're not going to go B at all, actually. Let's just go A instead, and we're seeing that adaptation happen. As a result, CGC have kind of given up quite a bit of space here, but it's really smart from Purdue Gold being able to get a lot in their King Lion Leo. Blinded for a second, but actually the KO doesn't commit. That could have been a free kill for the defending team.
It could have been, but again, playing fast and close with that Soviet utility is very unorthodox, and I really like that play. It's forced CGC completely off of site, saying, hey, we're not taking a chance at all. We're going to wait it all the way out. Ansi hiding inside of a small corner, didn't get tagged out by that KO flush, and it's actually going to give a huge momentum shift. Spaghetti said, hey, I'm having a problem. Turned a little bit limp like Spaghetti. Honcho, though, said, Ansi, you got to watch out for yourself. Yazin looking in peeking with that tour de force. With spike down, you only get a few shots to go. 1 in hallway. Honcho saying it might have a possibility. In goes the flare. Great rotation out. You get 1, but that's more than enough. My name Jeff takes out Crafty and Yazin. I mean, you're just looking for a couple shots. Tried to pick up that Spectre, or not the Spectre, the Vandal, and got Clap for it. ZZ, last one alive is gonna fall. My name is Jeff, finishes off with the 3K.
My name is Jeff, walking out of an 80s disco with that fancy footwork onto the ground, rifle in hand, able to just make sure that they secure the kill onto ZZ there. But honestly, I think that was a little bit of Yazin just kind of overheating. You know, sure, Ace at the start of the game was very flashy, very cool. At the same time, you know, you can't be going for that level of confidence plays. Just using, honestly, didn't get maximum value out of the tour de force. Used a lot of those bullets to actually shoot out utility or just kind of go for, well, wall bangs, which, sure, you know, can be good, but it's so much better if you just use the Hunt Hunter for situations like that. Regardless now, it's going to be the Null Command online. Purdue Gold are ready to attack this site.
UIC this time very much
so
in control,
crafty.
even through Tone was able to make their way through.
Spike
Anti able to
down,
find
B.
one with Bulldog before falling, but they don't realize that they're already getting flushed out. Yazin
Spike
again getting zoned out, suppressed this time around, and in a 4v4, Purdue Gold saying we should have an upper hand. Tone is going to fall. Honcho a little bit quicker on the trigger, showing who's the head. Honcho now on the left side of the flank. This crosshair, flashbacks to some old school games there. Very, very wide horizontal crosshairs. In goes a little bit of the Seekers though. Are they going to find anything? Triple flash out. Really well done. CGC though running down on time. Crafty and ZZ get 1 kill apiece, but it's
Last
down
player
to 2.
standing.
They're timing it out. FMS says not today. 3K to the Killjoy.
Yeah, you know, sometimes the power of friendship doesn't work out. It was a good strat coming in from CGC. They all played together, were willing to trade off of each other, and honestly, were able to cover themselves pretty darn well on that retake. But unfortunately, you know, while friendship is all fine and dandy, if you do set yourselves up in that post-plant positioning, just like Purdue did, where you're watching those different angles, playing in craftier locations, then I think it enables you to really just catch your opponent off guard. And honestly, that's kind of what we saw there. So great stuff coming out from Purdue Gold. CGC, they're back onto a save.
That one hurts quite a bit. Again, as you were saying, right, a really nice opener in the first round, but can be chalked up to a little bit of luck. Now looking for a bit more, but you look away at just a different time, and Spaghetti said, hey, I'm cooking you up for dinner. My name Jeff takes out Crafty, and it's down to a 5v2. CGC somewhat expected this. The last 2 defenders spread very, very far out. And it's going to be a quick plant and round received by Purdue Gold, only chasing 2 more in the name of the clean kill department. Anti wondering what the heck do we do? Spotted out is going to get absolutely gunned down. Yazin gets 1, and immediately it's paid back. 4 left alive as Purdue Gold moved to 3.
Yep, and this is honestly just completely turning its way around. Purdue Gold, on their attacks, they look really darn good. Of course, once again, that was a little bit of a save round, but the executions that they've been able to do, as well as where they want to set themselves up in the post-plant, have been pretty intelligent from this team. Now, they do have a couple of ultimates to work off of, but quite frankly, I'm curious to see how this goes, because if Ansky pops that null command for a retake, that lockdown could honestly do a really good job of just countering it and forcing people away. So, gonna be interesting to see what these 2 teams bring, but rifles in both of their hands.
I do agree. These ultimates tend to be a little bit counteractive, and that's really the fun part, right? Seeing these guys try and decide, hey, where are we actually going to throw it? Where are we going to place all of our options here? Do we want to go quickly, or do we want to wait a little bit? All about those choices here as Ansi and My Name Jeff go ahead and take each other out. Well, Crafty, unfortunately, the recipient of a death there as well. CGC so far have been winning out on these first bloods, but haven't really found much else. So Purdue Gold getting a little bit more confident, but this time around say, hey, let's play it a little bit smarter.
And I think this is honestly a good decision from them. They were able to get one of those ultimate orbs, you know. That always helps. Get yourselves closer to those ultimates, and now they're starting to make their way up onto B. Of note, this time around, ZZ is going to be the one onto this B site, helping out Yazin, and this is such a good angle. The shock bolt goes in, but Yazin's good for it. From the shadows to the back of the B site, just to clear things out. ZZ, though, just mowing them down, finds that 3rd kill. And CGC, they're able to scoop that one, even out the score. It's now 3-3.
Oh man, CGC said, hey, we just need a bit bigger weapons than the one we had before, right? There was no Bulldog this time. It was full Vandals in and op. And Yazin feels a little bit more on point once again, right? Taking a look at just a one-shot killer, and I really, really do like that, right? Having a dedicated opper is very important, in my opinion. So CGC rounding that one out. Purdue Gold taking a little bit of back. I think at the level of defensive play that CGC were able to pull out, it's a drastic shift from the previous 2 rounds. So looking at it here, Purdue Gold might be looking to go a little bit more offensive with the information instead of taking it for granted, right? Not trying to flush out those options. So we'll see what they get to do. Still chasing into mid, though, is what they're going to be looking at.
Yeah, and a good combo of utility coming out from those defenders, but that's the tether as well as the paint shells already expended. So Purdue Gold should have an easier time at least holding their ground against some of this. It's getting aggressive now. Jeff is going in, gets caught out, and it's actually 2 kills coming in from CGC. That push completely crumbling in front of them. And now the Spike is in a bad position. Yazin doesn't care, finds one, looks for the other. Didn't even see the kill, goes for the fadeaway rendezvous. And now the real honcho is honestly probably just going to be bunkering down. Has that Spike in hand, but also now scouted out. This is not a great situation for him.
You're gonna take one with you. You're gonna take one and try and run away, but fainting with that one, and then now Ansi finishes it off. Huge props to Yazin though. You know, the flicks are a staple of any opera now, but being able to pull off still looks really cool, so I like that one. Really well done though from Ansi. Being able to follow up as well as ZZ. Both these players have gone ahead and really shown their gun skills so far. Being able to hold down in 1v2s each time I think is very, very important so far. Purdue Gold falling a little bit to the wayside. That one again was a little bit of a save, a little bit more bargain bin style. Now going into a bit harder gun round, even though with 2 Spectres in their pockets. It does feel, there we go. Okay, I was wondering what was going on there. They're going to give it their best shot, but in goes a bit of information. Blade Storm being used here by Purdue Gold to try and make a chance happen.
Yeah, and this could be interesting. If Jeff is able to find an entry kill, depending on which agent it is, it could make the entry a lot quicker. But this rotation from CGC is already pretty quick. Of note, the Rays now in heaven as well. The paint shell's a good denial tool. In addition to the KO's fragment, Jeff goes up, doesn't spot anything there, but the site's more or less going to be free. It's a bit of a massacre on the site. Trade going back and forth, but Jeff has already made their way in, so the Spike should be able to go down now. It's going to be up to the 3 members of CGC to do it. Null command just for good measure. A lot of ultimates expended, but that's going to secure the round for Purdue Gold.
Yeah, this one's a bit hard to get your way out of, and honestly, CGC were not ready for this type of aggression. I was wondering about it, right? I was curious if Purdue Gold were going to lay in, say, hey, we can't just walk into the site, let's lay all of our CC down, and it works. But Yazin still saying I want a chance. Nice throw, misses the right click, and now underneath, Crafty is going to find one. Can you find another opportunity? One more underneath, but Yazin is fine out. Crafty looking for one more. Crafty, can you do it? Fake defuse, 8 HP, you get the head, and you hit it. Clutch up for the dub. 5 rounds to CGC UIC Flare.
Wow. I called it early. You know, I called it early. I said this is probably not going to be CGC's round, just given the fact that they have to do 2v5. Purdue Gold really just forced their way in off of utility, as well as a couple of ultimates, just to make sure that they could secure the round. But I honestly think, you know, it was, once again, we're seeing maybe some of these players overheat. They got a little bit too confident there, thought, okay, we've definitely secured this round, there's only 2 of them, which allowed them to be caught off guard, bringing it down to that 2v2 scenario, where suddenly it's a lot more winnable for CGC, and you know what? A couple of good placements, and they're able to win that one out. So great stuff coming out from CGC, and they're lining up. They've got gold in their hands, 5 ultimates online. It's going to be an extremely difficult round for Purdue Gold, and it might send them back to the Stone Age with their economy being a little bit fragile here. Yazin would have liked to take a shot, but just misses that one, so Jeff is going to get space for it.
Yeah. It was a little bit of a juke. I mean, it's hard enough to hit, right? So,
yeah.
Well done by Jeff, we'll actually say there. I will say, though, whenever I do see 5 ultimates, like you said, you like to have gold in your hands. You like to spend the gold as well, right? I want to see some of these ultimates be used. I hate when teams sit on ultimates. That is, to me, the worst feeling in the world. So we'll see if it's used. And right now, with that lockdown, it's at least going to force a little bit of an opportunity. It's going to leave a corner of heaven, or actually most of heaven, completely open for CGC to slide into. That's actually going to be a big question mark. So now King Lion Leo getting suppressed here. Going to be a big question mark here as CGC go ahead and say we know where they are. All 5 on site. Purdue Gold going to give it their best shot at a retake defense.
0 point. One out. Tagged up quite a few members here, but CGC are organizing themselves. They have got that Nightfall ready to go. That could be dangerous.
Oh
They're going to get
gosh.
so much information about where the defending squad is. And that is exactly what's going to happen. Yasin starts it off the pick onto Jeff. It's going to be a paranoia on point. A rocket going off as well. Doesn't find anything. One remaining member alive in the back line. Does have a Hunter's Fury, but can't use it because of the null command. Such a tough position. And now tethered in space as well. It's going to be a nice and easy defuse there. They had a lot of gold in their pockets, and they're going to be cashing in. Purdue Gold are going to be left with nothing but that loss.
That's exactly what you want to see, right? I love the way CGC UIC played that one. Very straightforward. You knew the ultimates they had in hand. I think Purdue Gold also had a good feeling that was going to happen, right? They're like, all right, there are 5 ultimates on the table. You don't not do this, especially with all 5 alive, right? So well done. And honestly, Purdue able to get out with 1 alive. You know what? You'll take that in a situation that could easily be in a full flush. So taking a look here, it is going to be that hero rifle. 2 ultimates still alive. Purdue Gold could do some damage. They have been able to win out in those 1-1 trades at the beginning. If they can double up, maybe in the next round, that would be a huge win for them. But right now, Yasin going ahead, peeking around this B side, once again has done that 3 or 4 times. One of those is Yasin. Find it, information, can't get the swing this time, misses by a hit.
Oh, and look at that, stingers, baby. They hurt, especially at closer range. Crafty already down here. Does get tagged up, so not able to hear anything, but Yasin is going to be holding it down alone on the site. Don't expect Jeff from the sky, even though he takes one out on the way down, and just like that, it's going to be Purdue Gold seizing the site. And I just have to mention, Purdue Gold have been really darn good on these save rounds, really able to turn things around, and now, ball's in CGC's court. Let's see if they can pull it off again.
They don't have 5 ultimates, Marks. I don't know what you're talking about. They can't do it without 5 ultimates. Yeah, you can see here, Tone throwing up the poor sad eyes. Just, yeah, we're going to give it our best shot, guys. We'll do what we can. Ansi able to flush out 1. And honestly, if you're able to actually force a couple members to stay in the back site, hey, you'll take it as a plus. 1v3 here. Ansi going. I'm a little bit antsy. I'm a little bit worried. But don't worry. DW right there. I got what I got here. Left to right, left, right. Look. And it's a thrifty round victory. One that Purdue, surprisingly, we're not expecting, and they take it away. Very well done.
Yeah, and you know what? Ansi, or sorry, not Ansi, but Scopes is actually able to carry that operator into this next round, which I think is absolutely massive. As we know, that last round, it was a little bit of a thrifty round from Purdue Gold. They didn't necessarily have the money that they wanted to make sure that they could get that full buy, but they were able to scrape up 2 weapons, 2 rifles, and also that operator. So that's going to really make sure that their economy is going to be in a nice spot, even if they do lose this next round. Through the Force, going to be online. Immediately smoked off, though. Good reaction there. And a Recon Bolt just for good measure. Meanwhile, a Nodin firing off screen. But trust me, no one is around to get sprayed down by that. Thank goodness.
Yeah, no one wants to be riddled with bullets. Let's just put it that way. That is not a fun feeling. Yasin says you don't need multiple when only one will do. Great shot. A second one, though, is not going to be shot. Instead, eats one to the body. Yasin taken out by FMS, who said it's time to play with my own operator. Huge shot, though. Taking out the top fragger CGC. It's down to a 4v4 as Purdue Gold say, rotate in hand. Let's do it once again.
Yeah, and Scopes, you know, that's the reason why Scopes is in the name. Hey, rifle's got scopes on it. Able to just diff Yasin there. And honestly, that is enough of a momentum shift that I think Purdue Gold should be able to capitalize on that. As a reminder, they do have the Hunter's Fury as well, which, once again, is such a great deterrent tool. But look at this, CGC, they're really just digging their heels in on the site. The swing's going to come through there. They're able to clean the 2 members up, but there's only 2 members left. Getty actually going for the operator. Spike's going to go down. 2v2 here. Raising Omen alive. Can't use any abilities thanks to that.
1 enemy remaining.
And ZZ comes around the right side, said, hey, Spaghetti, I'm going to cook you up this time. Double kill to finish it off. CGC take control of site. It was a brutal battle, to say the least, but Purdue Gold go ahead and stand strong. Grabbing the operator in hand as well for Yasin. Beautiful play, 7-4.
Yeah, once again, one more round left in this half. This is a good situation for CGC. I imagine they're probably going to want to take that one 8-4, put Purdue Gold into a little bit of an uncomfortable position. But based on how Purdue Gold have been playing, I expect them to be a little bit stronger on their defense than their offense. So it's going to be interesting to see whether or not they will be able to claw back here. But if Purdue Gold are able to scoop up this last round, make it that 5-7, then honestly, scoreline's pretty even. It's just a pistol and a bonus that is going to separate these teams. And Yazin, as vigilant as ever, is on yet another angle with this operator.
Okay. Like, Yazin, at this point, you gotta let someone else have the glory, right?
Careful, Zed.
Yazin's just mean with it. Yazin's just mean, that's all I'm gonna say. Double smoke out now, saying we do not want to give you the high or low ground. Jeff saying, you go first. Lion Leo says, no, you go first. It's a battle of who wants to get shot first. That's really what it feels like. A-Site completely held down here as Purdue Gold, wondering if they should pull one more rotate off or just give it a little bit more time. Jostle in 2 or 3 spots. CZ winning around the corner. And I don't think they're going to have that chance. So up on Catwalk is going to be a chance as well. And this is going to be really, really dangerous. King Lion Leo, great scout out to go ahead and flush out Yazin. You can't hide in the corner any further. So well done to grab that A-Site control.
Yeah, and Toadhope goes for the TP, is able to make it in there. Ansi is able to pick up one onto Spaghetti, which is pretty important here. It's going to be a spike going down. It's 3v2. Still quite a bit of utility online. That Prowler's going to get quite a bit of information, but a massive flash action coming through. Scrappy just sprays down with the Odin, not able to secure that kill, but really making an intimidation factor. Ansi is able to scoop up one. Now it's all up to King Lion Leo. Has one more shot pull, but headshot actually. Ansi though doesn't care. Just scoops up the operator, looks down the scope, and finds a body. And just like that, CGC, they will take that 8-4 in this half. Great stuff coming out from this defending team, but oh boy, Purdue Gold, they're definitely still in this.
Switching sides.
It's crazy to think about the difference that a 7-5 and like 9-3 scoreline can make, right? It's really only 4 rounds to 2-round difference, right? And yet it feels so difficult to overcome. The 8-4 is honestly like the sweetest spot you can have between the two situations, right? So
without being cursed.
Yes. 7-5, yes, you would like to be at that spot, but 8-4 feels like that spot that that Purdue Gold can hold at without it feeling almost hopeless, right? A 9-3 or 10-2, you're like, this is going to be difficult. But for some reason, an 8-4, 7-5, you're like, I can do that. So I love the fact that, you know what, CGC, UIC, they didn't let up at the end. They said, hey, we're still going to fight as hard as possible, and they're still doing very well. Right now on the attack, though, as you said, Purdue Gold going to see if their composition works a little bit better on the defensive side here and see if they can come out with a win.
And I love the kind of the defense that they're starting to play off of. They go with so many members on that A side to be a little bit more aggressive, push for that information, and potentially be able to scoop up that ultimate orb. While on that B side, they just kind of dig their heels in, play off of that Killjoy utility. You've got a Sova there as well to scout things out, and plenty of room to escape. But CGC Flare, they're going in on mid. Scopes could be the first person to make contact, doesn't have any information besides just their own 2 eyes. Maybe through those glasses. Killjoys look through glasses, but this could be deadly. Behavior coming in here. What? Finds 2. That is unbelievable. It does drop the spike to give that information, but now it's all up to King Lion Leo to hold it down.
That was... They were very confused about that one. CGC caught by surprise here, 2v3. Now taking a look on this site here, King Lion Leo saying, hey, might have a corner shot. Doesn't find it, but is able to find ZZ, who is trying to get the plan down. Being able to stop that before it happens is a huge income deficit. So Purdue Gold stopping a potential second round buyout. So CGC not going to be able to do too much with it unless Yasin is able to make an amazing play happen. Down to Donut or take a couple shots. Can't find even one. So Purdue Gold coming up with gold. 3 left alive in round number 1.
Yep, and once again, I think that their composition works a little bit better defensively, just with how they want to play that. In that classic, it feels weird saying classic in Valorant. In that traditional Ascent map pick, I think that this is a very standard composition, and it looks so practiced, so rehearsed. Obviously, that was just the pistol round, but hey, if that's to show anything, you know, I'm assuming Scopes has some pretty interesting lineups for where to put those bots as well as that alarm bot. So I think that things are going to work out pretty well for them. Let's see how CGC Flare want to respond, but still, they've only got pistols, so they're going to just run it down. This could be a little bit of a slaughter if they aren't careful.
I mean, I don't think
Go
they're
away.
being careful
They're
at all.
going
They're
in.
just saying
Oh,
just
they're going
rush
in.
it, right? They don't care. I love this. I love this so much. Out goes a little bit of a satchel, and ZZ creates space to enter into this A site. And look at the pinch. It's a 4-1 pinch. Spaghetti is able to find one, but Yaza was still able to find the first blood. Now
Spike
Tone and
down
ZZ able to shade back and forth. And remember, that leaves them in a win. CGC have gone ahead and given themselves an opportunity.
Oh, it's been a while since I've seen the run it down mid, go in through A, and turn the tables completely around strategy, but every single time, I love it. Such a smart play, and you could just tell that Purdue Gold were not expecting that at all. They tried to hold them back, but those right clicks at such close range do so much damage. 3v2 though, not impossible. Make it a 2v2. Scopes opens it up with one, looks down there, spots out Yazin with that headhunter in hand. The drop comes through as well. Tonho is going to be going down. Now it's all up to Yazin. Only has a sliver of HP left, and King Lion Leo was able to secure that one. Still a painful round for Purdue Gold. They walk away with the win, but at what cost?
Here.
I mean, the cost is the fact that you're now worried about that situation happening again, right? The fact that it's not so much that they got the plan down or they got or they lost 3 members. That's kind of to be expected in that round. CGC played it quite well. The fact of the matter is, now in the back of their mind, Purdue Gold have to be worried about some of these crazier strats coming out inside some of those save rounds, right? You're going to have to sit there and go, are they actually going to rush us? Like, are they going to go crazy? Do we have to be on our A game, or are we going to play on the tension hold of wait it out till, 30 seconds left? So many questions have to be asked now, and they have to watch out for. But a huge shock bolt is a win for Purdue Gold, even though they're blinded out. Such good information.
Yeah, and honestly, that's just King Lion Leo just knowing what to do on this Sova. Oh, that's got to be so painful for Purdue Gold. I mean, obviously CGC... that's got to be painful for CGC because they're trying to move in here. They have these rifles, and so that means that they have to be a little bit more careful here. And actually, the engagement does come through. ZZ is going to go down, but honestly, that's more than enough. They should be able to just walk in sight. But that spike is very far away, so it's going to give Purdue Gold enough time to rotate around.
It's like 3 are fighting off in that corridor, or just 2, but CGC still having to make the way on site, and it gave him enough time, so Rio Honcho able to find the way on the right side of this wall. Taking a look here inside his sight, it is going to be the playing crafty, able to lay it down, but Rio Honcho on a little bit of HP differential, able to take one off the Tone. Down to a 3v3. I mean, you can absolutely do this. Real Honcho gets a second. Look for one more up on the side. Ansi spotted out a little bit of a head, but look in the back corner. They're able to find a Honcho looking for one more. 1v1 here. It's going to look like my name, Jeff, following up on a Honcho taking a 3K. Huge plays from Purdue Gold on the bonus as well. Huge play from Purdue.
Yeah, absolutely. And once again, I think that shock dart at the beginning made that one a lot more winnable. Obviously, they started to get a little bit aggressive there, but the fact that they're able to take out the raise and just make it a little bit more discombobulated for CGC to be able to walk in and plant the spike, that did wonders for them. Now we're going to be seeing them on a little bit of a scattered buy. Ansi is going to have a Marshall and Yazin going for the hero rifle. Pretty confident, wants to relive that very first round of this match, potentially get an ace here. Has 19 kills as well, but Purdue Gold 1 round away from tying it up already.
And it's crazy to think about as well, right? Purdue Gold saying, hey, listen, 8-4, nothing to scoff at, but we can do some work. And CGC, they're running out with the hero rifle. They got to be kind of scratching their heads saying, what the heck just happened? And I got to agree, it goes back to what you were saying, right? Purdue Gold's whole composition feels better on the defensive, and right now they're kind of showing it. CGC in the hole with a bargain bin buy. Got to figure out their own situation in their own style. Last time they just rushed up to defender site into the A, and you can see here, right, Purdue trying to read it again, and it looks like they're going to have a better opportunity. So CGC getting read out, gonna snipe out one though. Honcho, big player in the recent round, is now going to fall to kicking it off.
Okay, it looks like they are second-guessing their plan. You discovered, so let's just back it up. That's allowed so much time for people to rotate around. That makes it happen. It is going to be an ace from my name, Jeff. Yazin shaking in his own 2 boots. This is looking a lot more competitive. Purdue Gold able to tie up the scoreline now, 8-8.
Oh man, my name Jeff throwing it back in Yazin's face, and I mean, look at it there, right? Yazin's the one that actually called a timeout, just saying, nah, you can't do me like that. That is not cool. Granted, Yazin did it with the pistol, right?
Yes.
Yazin was able to pull it off with only pistols. This is with the Vandal. This is a little bit more understandable. But still, such a great route for Purdue Gold to be able to run, right? Taking a look into that mid, saying, hey, they're going to push up mid. CGC got scouted and said, hey, crap, we have been found out. We got to back up. And my name, Jeff, said they're going to be near Catwalk. I can cut them off. Such a beautiful flank, such a beautiful maneuver. And it shows that CGC have been read. And the fact that that was the round to tie it up means Purdue Gold are feeling much more confident. CGC rightful timeout usage saying, we got to change something up. What needs to change? How are we going to play this? I think it's just play a little bit more default to start things off. Try and find an early pick and then work your way from there. So far, it's been push after push. I would like to see them try and get a kill first before they do anything too crazy.
And on top of that, too, you know, we can talk about that unconventional strategy, but they second-guessed themselves, which allowed my name Jeff to be able to get that rotation around. And Purdue Gold, you know, they haven't dropped a single round in this half, while we see CGC starting to just kind of do things that they've done already in these 4 rounds. So Purdue Gold should have a pretty good read on it. I don't know if this is going to be the round where they're able to turn things around, but it's going to be a start. They're taking mid control yet again. ZZ leading the charge.
Grenade! Turret down.
A little bit of a, as you said, a little bit of a push, but this one's more for scouting and a little bit of a delay into that situation. So I do like that opportunity, but what are they going to do here? Took a little bit of a peek. Still utility down on B side, and it's both the Sova and Killjoy. Normally you see actually those two agents split apart and given ample opportunity to cover enough ground as they can.
Fire in there!
I don't surprising. So, here we go. Showstopper being used. ZZ saying, hey, give me an opportunity, show your face. But look at that orb. Takes a shot and is able to find King Lion Leo. Are you kidding me? On the edge. FMS, though, able to swing on 2 before falling. ZZ couldn't get to him fast enough. 3v3, even with that entry. And now Purdue Gold going to give it their best shot.
Yeah, honestly, this is already looking good. It's very expensive, but works out here. Jeff, though, turning it up yet again, is able to find 2 more headshots. Now it's a 1v3 scenario. ZZ alive in the back, able to find 2. They line up nice and easy to make that a lot more possible, but Jeff has been on an absolute tear. Honcho will get that information if ZZ pops out there, but doesn't matter. It's yet another ace. I feel like we're going to get a deck of cards with how many aces have been flying around this match.
Oh, so far it's 2-1, right? CGC have 2, Purdue trying to chase it. It's starting to become the game of individual players, and CGC, I think that's the best time to have it, right? You pick up a couple players, as ZZ and Yazin both being able to fly into the upper ranks, 19 and 16 apiece, but it's in those moments that they desperately need it, right? Whenever you get an ace in a situation where you're up, you know, maybe 11-2, it feels good, but it doesn't have much impact on how the game turns out. To get an ace right now means Purdue Gold are now stuck in one of these rough situations, and they feel the pressure, right, while it's being drained of money. King Lion Leo with this Odin is going to try and hold down their section as much as possible with the shock bolt. Might be able to hide. Be able to find that opportunity, and see charging in right now inside a boathouse. Sees one instant headshot on King Lion Leo, no chance whatsoever. And now you take a swing inside a boat, you see one, out goes Scope. Can't hide forever. Great flush.
Yeah, now the spike is going to be going down there. Off of a null command as well. Yazin not done yet, able to find Honcho. But still, now it's 2v5. I don't know, if you're Purdue Gold in this situation, you might want to just consider saving it. CGC are back into their elements. Jeff, still going to try and attempt the duel here. Is able to fight Yasin's head through the wall, actually. But now just kind of poking around. Finally support will arrive here, but Tono just goes for the swing. Is able to find 1 headshot, spaghetti, the last person alive. Looking to at least make this expensive, but ZZ swings out at the exact same time. And that is going to be good coordination coming out from CGC. 10-8 now, Orbital.
You know, I was curious if Purdue were going to be able to keep that run on after 4 rounds, but it seems like CGC kind of woke up, right? They said, hey, look, we got to stop messing around. There's no chance that we let this team kind of get the upper hand. and they're playing it as such. So very, very impressive. You can see here digging into the barrel, Purdue Gold running with the double judge, which granted can cause a little bit of chaos. So we'll have to watch where Honcho and Spaghetti decide to push both of them on the A site, and that one feels kind of bad. CGC saying, hey, we're not going to fall for it. ZZ finds Jeff, Scopes finds ZZ. And it's a trade back and forth. Once again, CGC slowed down a little bit and now choosing to rotate out.
Yeah, now Yazin's the only candidate left to potentially get the double ace in a game. Both of the players who previously got aces taken out almost immediately on that trade. But don't forget, there still is a lockdown available for the defenders. And I'm very curious to see where that Killjoy is going to set up as a result. We do see CGC kind of pump the brakes a little bit more, get a bit of information, smoke things off, get themselves rotated around. It does look like they are going to be hitting middle again. So far, CGC have really liked taking that middle ground and then making a decision afterwards on whether or not they can win.
Flash.
Honcho's out. Honcho dancing just out of harm's way. Yes, down to a little bit of HP, but that's the closest you can get. 45 HP, and 3-4 on Catwalk here.
30
seconds left. CGC gonna be playing this one real close to the vest here. I personally really hate whenever the clock ticks down and the attackers are still not on site. It's going to be a dangerous run. 20 seconds. You know what you got to do. Honcho ready to take advantage. Remember, these are into the 2 shotgunners. These are into the 2 judge players. They're going to get the chance, but oh, you pulled out utility at the wrong time. Honcho had it, but Spaghetti able to lock it down. You throw down on 2. It's now a 3v2. CGC, I don't think they get it. There's no chance. There's no time. It's over. Purdue Gold get a beauty of a moment.
And you doubted the judge. How dare you, sir? Listen. Okay, people have thoughts about the judge. Obviously, could be seen as a little bit of BM there, but given the economic situation that we did see Purdue Gold kind of in, where they couldn't necessarily buy up the guns, they just bought judges instead, and I'm going to be quite frank with you, they did a really good job of just holding down that A site. It would have been really tempting early game, just get that rotation going early, especially knowing how we have seen CGC continue to push mid, but instead, we saw those 2 members just kind of hang out on A side and maximize the potential out of that judge. Hero plays coming through, able to find the spike and shut it down, taking away the time. Great stuff from Purdue Gold just off of those 2 judges alone.
And the fact that they have so many ultimates to work with and guns in the advantage and now players in the advantage. Purdue Gold making this one look real good for them. Again, being able to take down the first place team, saying, hey, give me that opportunity. It's a huge change in priority. Another little tag is able to find Yazin. Really nice pick on the edge there, and you can see immediately dancing out saying too much damage, too much. Rounds it out with the rest of the team. 3v4, Purdue Gold looking for a few more and just saying, we'll take it nice and easy. Both teams only having the From the Shadows. I mean, you're not really going to use that one right off the rip. So it's going to be a dance here on a Tone, deciding to get flashbanged, and that one hurts a little bit. Rush in, CGC going to get a plan.
Yep, what did I say? Purdue Gold. Their composition looks like it would be a little bit better on defense. Exactly what we're seeing. CGC will be able to get that spike down, but it's going to be a 4v3 retake. Quite frankly, Purdue Gold looked pretty good thus far. 0 point, gonna be first. Of course, it's gonna be the lockdown coming through there. They actually dropped the door early, trying to catch the people off guard. It's like if a Viper drops the poison just a little bit early. But, of course, lineup were already there. People were ready with fingers on the trigger, and Purdue Gold are going to win that one out. They even had someone coming in on the main site just in case. So, they're going to tie up our score line yet again. Either of these teams, 3 more rounds to close out map number 1.
Oh man, if this is game number 1, I'm terrified for games number 2 and 3 because, again, those are the maps that just not many people play. So, I mean, is it going to be this close as well, or is it going to be a little bit more extravagant, I should say? Is it going to be a little bit more one-sided in those situations? That's what I'm curious about, right? This is a map that both teams have known, and I'm very glad that they're obviously showing they know what they need to do. So CGC working with 2 hero rifles. The Marshall on the back end.
Oh,
not too much else. And massive util thrown down on the A site. Jeff is going to try and float in. Took fall damage. That, I mean, yeah, that's a 35-year-old's knees right there. I can say that because I'm now 30. It hurts. It hurts so bad. In goes the showstopper right over a little bit of launch, and Can't really find anyone in the back here. Oh! ZZ said, hey, that was my teammate. I could have taken a shot there. Not going to happen. CGC, go ahead and get on B site relatively easily with no real challenge. Yazen, are you going to find it? ZZ able to take one before falling and goes to scope and get a flush of one, but immediately get killed by King Line Leo.
And honestly, that's totally fine. You just want to be able to trade that out, especially if that information is given here. Now it's 3v3. The knives still out here. Jeff, though, able to pick up a Vandal as well. It's going to be a Nightfall coming in from the attackers. Everyone gets caught up except for Jeff. Ansi, though, able to find one. Tonon with yet another. Are you kidding me? Such amazing value coming out from CGC on what should have been a Purdue Gold round. They're able to turn that one around and grab rifles for the better. Good stuff coming out from CGC, but they need to make it happen 2 more times, Orbital. However, they're definitely leading when it comes to kills.
Bot coming back. Out of charges.
You know what? You'll take it. You will absolutely take it. Just absolute craziness. That's all I'm going to say here, and I'm going to run myself ragged saying that over and over again. These teams are showing up over and over again, and I am loving it, right? Yazen, I want to see how high Yazen can go. So far, looking like maybe at 25 bomb, and if it's 25 bomb, you'll take it. You will 100% take it. Ansi hiding around. Jeff ready to go with a little bit of a dash. Takes a swing. Doesn't find anyone. Dashes forward. Wow. And Spaghetti just hard sprays. Finds Ansi behind the box. Gives Purdue Gold a one-head advantage.
Yeah, and that's so key for them. You know, just such good teamwork and communication coming through. Just spray the box down just in case. It'll spook somebody. Then I can get it with my, what do you call it? That stinger. That way, I get a rifle as well once we get that kill. So great stuff coming out there. Got aggressive and rewarded with a kill early. Purdue Gold in a situation to potentially tie things up. ZZ, though, in a great position. But that information actually gives Leo more than he needs to know to back that one off. ZZ gets spotted out, takes a bit of damage, but so does King. So now they're going to just back off of it. It's going to be the nanoswarms that are now activated. ZZ going to be walking through. Oh, but that's going to be information given. The smokes are still good to be able to hold that one back, but they have to watch for the impending push onto mid. ZZ is good for it.
Oh. ZZ able to find one. But it's down to 30 seconds. Remember, this is an issue that they had last time. They're actually choosing to rotate Spaghetti. Able to find ZZ on the back end. And they are going to hard rotate. I'm not sure how long they're going to have to actually get on the plant. I mean, they're going to make it, but Purdue Gold, if they rotate fast enough, they are going to have that opportunity. CGC gamble it away and are able to find that plant. 3v4 here.
10 seconds
How much time are they going to have to set up? 4 on Rafters? 2 on Rafters, 2 on Rafters, 2 in Gardens. Oh, this is going to be tricky. Eyes are open. Scopes looking for a bit more. And it's all going to be in that corner. You take a swing. Toad found it. And they are able to find it. Crafty able to take 2. Great pitch. King Lion Leo, though, falls inside of the site. And it's down to a 1v2 Tone. Tone, you got to make it happen. You try to take a swing, but you can't. Spaghetti gets a 4K, one shy of the ace. CGC, you're battling to the last breath. Purdue Gold tie it up at 11.
Wow. I don't really know what to say about that one. I mean, there's a lot to comment on based on how people swung there. Like, I thought that the Tone Crafty combo, just pushing in onto tree, was actually so intelligent, but it was honestly just the gonads on Purdue Gold to be like, all right, if that's too much of a problem, let's just go in from a heaven. They won't expect us to just drop down there, and lo and behold, that was 100% the case. I think that Purdue Gold honestly have looked really good when they retake a site. So, you know what? I'm saying it, they're very confident and just are 100% able to just let CGC take that. Now, keep this in mind. Yazen doesn't have a rifle here. That means that they have to push in to try and get an ultimate orb for Yazen. Thankfully, no one from Purdue Gold is going to be pushing out onto A here. This could be it. The null command is now going to be activated. It's going to allow you guys to pick it up. Tour de Force will be online. Let's see if they can get that spike down quick.
I mean, they're looking for it, right? This is one of the few times that they are back to the rushing tactic. Honcho in the back is completely suppressed out, and they do get the plan. So it's a 5v5. ZZ able to find one. Yazen finds Scope. Spaghetti is going to find ZZ, but Yazen swings on 2. Tone able to hold down mid. And it is Ansi that takes it in a flush and a flare run. CGC moves to game point.
Wow. Wow. I said, you know what, Purdue Gold, they're pretty good at their retakes. Let's see what they can do. Yeah, no, not when CGC actually clearly have enough time to be able to set themselves up. Sure, we can say, yeah, Yasin getting that tour de force really made a difference. But honestly, too, you see how the team dispersed even before the plant went down. They know where they want to set themselves up, and it was so smart because Purdue Gold haven't had the opportunity to prevent them from setting up like that before. So completely just caught off guard, and a solid defense after that spike went down from CGC. Now, like you said, this could be CGC stealing away map number 1 here. But Purdue Gold, they still have an ult commanded, as well as that from the shadows. That could make things a lot more difficult for this team to move in. And of course, there's a judge, so who knows? Everything's on the table.
It's happening again. Oh no, Honcho. Honcho being the real Honcho. As soon as you see a gun barrel, you're gonna see it. Oh, okay. It's given away this time. Oh, Honcho got a little bit of damage. Immediately suppressed out. Look at this. No, we're not. No. But Sketty backing him up. Backing up the rest of the team. And Tone is able to find one. Chasing in, getting the door down, and now gonna teleport closer to the rafters. Huge play from CGC to jump over that situation. Purdue Gold have to work in a 4v4. Huge play to go into OT. Can they find it?
Revealing area.
Immediately destroyed. A shock bolt goes in, doesn't find anything. Not just quite yet. King Leo up above, actually spotted the back of Crafty here, but someone's going to be swinging out from underneath as well. Someone around generators. There's so many people onto this site, and Scopes has to come in with a Stinger. Oh no, you hate to see this one happen. No good for one, but the Stinger comes alive. Has to run away, trying to get that rifle, falls down as a result of it. Yazin now swings it from the side. It will take one out. It's looking like this might happen, and just like that, CGC thrive on the chaos, looking like the Joker himself, and they're going to win out map number 1.
Oh.
Take a breath. We're good. It's over.
I held my breath for a majority share of that end game, right? Like it was scary, right? Huge play from CGC to not die to the judge. I think that was the most important part. You fall, if you lose even one person there, Honcho has that site secured, right? And then all of a sudden you have to rotate out. Such a big play for CGC to be able to bounce over. But huge play from Purdue Gold even. Amazing job to even force that situation, right? Because no matter what, at the end of the day, this is a squad that is 6-1. This is a squad that is regarded as a top tier team, and you are chasing after them no matter what you want to say. You are the underdog for how short it is. So to be able to force them to all 24 rounds, so impressive. I give huge props to Purdue Gold. Very, very excited to see what this team will continue to do and if they can actually tie it up with them.
Yep, we're going to be throwing to a quick break, but don't go anywhere because when we get back, we're going to Breeze. And so, let's see how this one goes. One would argue, Spear going to play. He's going to win out on some of those long sight lines. So, don't go anywhere. When we come back, will CGC be able to close Purdue Gold out, or are Purdue Gold going to force out map number 3? We'll find out just after this.
And welcome back, everyone. We're ready to go for game number 2. Game number 1, I mean, what more can we say? It was close, it was emphatic, it was glorious. Everyone playing up to what we can expect to say is their potential. These are the 2 teams that are playing for what can be considered the top 4. If Purdue are able to bring it back and able to take 2 games in a row, they will go ahead and lock in a top 3 spot. If we do see CGC UIC go ahead and take the victory, though, they lock in first. They go into playoffs looking like the absolute top dogs to be able to run it. And that's going to be the fun part. I'm very, very excited to see what they can do. Of course, though, it went 13-11 game number 1. I mean, Marks, are we seeing that again here in game number 2?
Let's find out. We're going to be going to Breeze, like we so gleefully teased at the end of the last map there before we headed into break. But once again, this is Purdue Gold's map pick. I'm not saying that necessarily determines how this is going to go. However, you can't just come into this without thinking that Purdue Gold are going to be pretty darn good at this map. But also, too, Breeze has been out for a while, so I wouldn't imagine that, you know, a team like CGC don't have their own strategies and don't necessarily, like, they should be prepared to go into Breeze. This map's been around for a while, Orbital.
Yeah, it's a feeling like you only get to really call the most recent 2 maps
Yeah,
you know,
third.
I would say the most recent 2 maps as being new. The rest of them you should have somewhat of a handle on. I do agree. Yeah. And it is Purdue Gold's map pick, but we do have to talk about Yazin, right? Yazin dropping 25 kills in game number 1 with mostly one-shots. So the fact that we're going to Breeze, a very long, elongated map that doesn't exactly give an empowering advantage over the snipers, but it still leads itself to sniper comfort. Should be right up Yazin's lane.
Yep. And, of course, Yazin is probably going to be back onto that chamber. Notably, though, we're actually seeing Purdue Gold, a lot of the members sticking onto the exact same agents that they were on that last map. We have King Lion Leo on the Sova, Jeff going to be coming in on the Jet, and Honcho back onto the KO. Notably, Scopes, is swapping over from that Killjoy onto that chamber. And I'm going to be honest, Scopes with an operator looked really good despite the fact that it was just a Killjoy. So, you know what? I'm expecting good things from Scopes, especially too on a map like Breeze with those long sight lines. That chamber just gets such good value holding things down. Of course, we've got our Vipers coming in here as well, but mirror match, let's see which team is able to come out on top.
Yeah, and we do see, once again, my favorite thing, CGC UIC player, all with the Duckies, which I've also been informed that one of them was a nasty, nasty imposter. So rude to me, but I still call them the golden animals. Right there was a bear. One of them was a bear.
Yeah, they were bears.
So the bear with the duck army behind it, that would be a hilariously drawn.
It's very
picture.
surprising, honestly.
All right.
All right, you got this. I'll see you guys later.
Can we just ban him?
Like, I need a soundboard for the Discord disconnect noise. Just really throw you guys through.
Yeah, that was all right. I hate the fact that you got
Anyways,
that one
you were
off.
saying.
We are looking. We are looking here at Purdue Gold on the attack once again. Last time they had a little bit of difficulty at the start here to actually kick things off. It was 8-4 at the round half. So this time around, they're looking for a bit better one, especially on their own map. Very quick here on the A side attack. 3 through mid doors, straight into 2 and long. A site being attacked very, very harshly, and 2 members still taking their time rotating out. So King Lion Leo gets a very quick plant. All 5 members still alive. Purdue Gold saying, hey, where's everyone? We have you completely locked down.
And Scopes in such a great angle to punish anybody trying to come back in onto here. The five defenders now are going to be rotating and making their way around. They have their own Viper wall to work off as well. So shot first. Scopes is able to find the very first pick there, but he's going to be traded out. Actually going back and forth. 3v3 now. Make 2v2. 1v2. Yazin able to scoop up so many. Yazin able to find the last one. Who else but Yazin? Not quite an ace to start us out here, but still, we take those. CGC now up 1-0.
Pure chaos is all we could really say right there, right? Again, a very chaotic mess, and this is what I'm not gonna lie, Marks, this is what I was kind of worried about before, right? I was a little bit worried about the fact that in these maps that are not as practiced, we get a little bit of chaos and we get a little bit of just straight down to individual micro mechanics. And in that situation, Yazin again reigned supreme in game number 1, had very exceptional individual plays, multiple multi-frags, you know, the double kills, triples, couple aces here and there. This time around, though, Crafty showing up a little bit more as well, right? ZZ was the main secondary in game number 1. This time around, rest of the team trying to step up, trying to make sure that they give themselves a great start on something that maybe they're not as comfortable with here in the anti-eco. It's going to be a big question here as Scopes narrowly avoids death.
Honestly, if Scopes is able to find Crafty at the back there, that would have been gold for Purdue. Their name is Purdue Gold. But that would have just opened up that sight line. Doesn't matter though. Yazin still as good as ever with just a Marshal in hand. Keep in mind, without those light shields, it is just one body shot. But Purdue Gold just shut down at every single opportunity. Looks like they will be going over to that A site, but they're still not good for getting room. Honcho on 25 HP, and ZZ actually gets the spot there. That's massive information.
This is why you don't jump all the time, peeps. This is also why you don't try and bait out ZZ, who was very upset, I feel, about game number 1. Was like, I'm not the highest fragger. Bet I'm going to find another one. Huge spray down by Ansi. Spaghetti couldn't really do too much. ZZ takes out Scopes and is down to 1 left. Jeff, the last one to fall. No team ace, no ace, but it's a flawless all the way around for CGC.
I love the confidence that we're seeing CGC play with. Obviously, too, that was just that bonus round where they knew they had the gun advantage there. But still, you know, they were able to just hold down those long sight lines. Anytime Purdue Gold popped their head out, you know, kind of like a game of whack-a-mole, you just kind of hit them into the ground so that they can't get any ground. And that kind of forced Purdue Gold's hand. They had to commit to that A site. They didn't have a choice, and they were playing CGC's game. That is the mentality that CGC are playing with right now, and that is going to do wonders for them. If they're able to scoop this round up, I'm a little bit more worried for Purdue Gold. An interesting Viper wall. I don't see this one too often, but it's doing a really good job of keeping Purdue Gold at bay.
Well, you know, we say that, and
wow.
And then that happens. King Lion, Leo, and Spaghetti fire right back, aim 2 away. But it's one that Purdue Gold just say, all right, we paid the price, let's make our way on the site here, using their own wall as well to cut off the eastern side of B site.
Spike planted.
It's going to be a 3v3 retake. Purdue Gold a little bit worse for wear on the HP department, but still fairly healthy. How did they go about this? It's a 3-prong attack. This is very interesting. Yeah, normally we see, I want to say, a little bit of a difference, but Crafty going ahead and got a little bit of a bolt.
Yeah, but keep in mind, they've already lost 2 of their members, so that's 2 rifles down, and we're actually seeing them able to pick them up. Ansi in such a great position, actually able to get Spaghetti on the retreat, looking for yet another, and it's looking like it is going to be possible. Purdue Gold have to rely on Honcho, but Honcho might be able to get this one. They're able to isolate the 1v1 here, just spotted the side of Crafty's shoulder. Crafty taking the duel around it, and it's the right click to seal that one out. CGC looked like an iron wall. There should be enough time.
I don't think he gets it.
I think there's more than enough time to get that. Okay, I lied. I'm sorry. I am the fake news machine. But no, CGC still able to take all of the rifles out of Purdue Gold's hands is more than enough, because that means that Purdue Gold won't be able to fully buy themselves their guns that they need in this next round.
Oh, that one hurt. 0.11. That sucks right there. I'm not going to lie. That one, you're just looking at the timer, you're like, man, if I hadn't missed that first shot, or if I hadn't taken that extra millistep, right? Like that one feels rough. But as you said, guns are out, and I like the fact that you also pointed out the fact that in that entry, right, the guns were down a little bit. And just watching some of their entries from CGC on those retakes gives me a lot of hope here. taking a look, as you said, Purdue working with a bit lesser equipment that hasn't stopped them before from getting a very thrifty round. I think that's actually how they took their 3rd round back in game 1. A couple thrifties in their pocket were some nasty momentum shifts. CGC, though, saying that's not going to happen. Deep spread from them, 2-2-1, only 1 on A site. So very confident that Purdue Gold are not going to give any precedence over to that A site just yet.
Yeah, and honestly, both of these teams look really good on their 3 rounds for whatever reason, but you know what? It's the numbers that matter. It's easy. Deep on the flank, actually catches one off. That's going to be the Viper. Scopes just on the other side of that Viper wall now, but it's going to be the mechanic coming in. The timing! Tone, able to atone for that mistake, but now the spike is going to be down. 3v2 on this retake. It's looking good for CGC, but they have to be careful about those isolations. They have to swing together.
All right, Mark's puns. Just keep going with all of them, will you? Just keep laying them out as much as possible. In the meantime, CGC will go ahead and flush out the rest of the players and lock down their 3rd. This is more of the CGC that we I almost want to say expected to see, right? A little bit more coordinated and a little bit more in control as a 6-1 team. But that's a team ace for the squad as they go ahead and lock down a little bit of gold for everyone. Purdue Gold gonna have to work their way up from the bottom rungs here. You can see in their equipment aisles. Scopes, I think, was the only one that really had enough to full buy, but of course you're not going to do that. A little bit of light armor, a little bit of utility popped up, and they're going to try their best. CGC with a 2-round lead.
And honestly, I wonder how much of the chaos that kind of ensues is how that Viper wall is always set up there. It's definitely made to make the entry in on to be a little bit more different, but actually it just kind of stops them from going in B at all. And now we're seeing a completely different Viper wall, just defensively trying to shut down all of the mid.
Get out of my way.
It's very interesting, very aggressive on the defense on mid, taking a lot of space while giving up that B side, but not seeing anybody. So that gives all of them information that Purdue Gold are on A.
Oh, well, it does, and then Jeff just says, hey, I don't see anyone, so let's have a blast here. Yazin trying to get some back, but Jeff gets a second reset. Tone is able to find Spaghetti. Are you going to get a third? No, dash out, 3 left alive. 2v3 here. 3 knives left alive, I should say. Jeff working with a little bit of low HP. Kingline Leo, though, able to find Tone. Last couple shots go. Yazin able to fire 1. You got to take him down. It's a hope. I mean, they're both low HP, so it very well can be done. But in comes that suppression. Beautifully done. But you check the wrong way. Yazin given the opportunity, and Hanjo comes around the side with the Sheriff. 30-round victory. What a humongous win for Purdue.
Absolutely, and that was all off of the back of ZZ's Blade Storm there. Man, I mean, obviously we love to see that aggression coming in through the jet. How this defense from CGC is traditionally played is very, take advantage of those long sight lines. Make sure that you're keeping them at distance so that they can't even make their way onto sight. And if they do, just wait for them to overextend before you decide to enter in. Jeff flips Jeff flips the script, activates that Blade Storm, flies right into the back line of A side and just secures the site for the team to be able to make the room that they need, as well as get themselves set up. So oppressive. But now, speaking of oppressive, Yazin has the tour de force active. Purdue Gold sticking to their guns, though, back onto mid. See where they want to go. It's going to be difficult for them to make their way onto either side, as now the defense are watching like hawks.
Trying to keep their eyes open for just about anything. No owl drone to give them information, and now the jig is up. Game is on. Massive lead from Purdue Gold over towards that side, and you can hear the tour de force, but in goes the suppression KO nullification. Gonna try and give it the best, but great knockdown. That's gonna be one. He gets taken out by Spaghetti, though, and now Tone's trying to make up for the previous round. Looking for one more, can't find it. My name Jeff, able to clutch it out with the 2K. 2v2 with 1 on the wings, but Yazin swings hard on another. Down to a few more. Tone takes it away. As that's going to be the round. No chance to plant as CGC ring out with the calls of the tour de force.
Why is it the Thrifties? What's up with the Thrifties tonight, man? What's going on? Antsy. First of all, gotta sync with a classic peeking out from doors onto the entry from B. What? And on top of that, too, closes out the round with the classic. Antsy really good with that, but that's such a heartbreaker for Purdue Gold. That should have been an easy round. They invested the null command to make sure that they could secure it, but are left empty-handed. We'll have that tour de force coming in, but the rest of the team is on a little bit of a save. Scope's going to be potentially trying to take a duel here, but okay. This is an eco round, so in theory, Purdue Gold should be better. Yes, I said Purdue Gold.
I hate the fact that's what we're running with here. Is if they have fewer guns, that's who's gonna win. But Yazin saying, hey, not today. But Scope says, yeah, today. Give me that chance. They get 4 onto sight. That is huge. But Craft gets a swing of 1. Oh, found out. Jeff is gonna find the kill before Antsy can finish it off. And now their own null command is gonna go out. 2v2 here. Season elbow. Hanjo taking down the low HP. Hanjo finds the kill. Beautiful shot. Scope's down with a little bit low. It's only a pistol. You're trying to take a peek. Shoulder is out. You get the kill. All you need is 1 more. It's going to be huge. Oh, that is rude. Viper hit just to shut it down.
Just misses.
But is it going to be the kill? No. Oh, no. It's so short. And remember, pros don't fake. Beautifully played. Tone is going to find Hanjo in the smoke. And CGC push to 3.
I want to take a second to talk about ultimates, because people are worried to use their ultimates in situations because they're like, well, we could save it in the next round, we could try different things out, maybe we do all of these types of things. That was such unintelligent play from Toneho. Understanding that just the KO was left alive, sure could potentially risk things out. Use that Viper's Pit to really secure the round for your team. You need to rack up as many rounds as possible and save your own economy. Look how close CGC are from a save. This keeps them competitive in this round and can potentially push them to an even further lead as we inch towards that half. So very smart play using that ultimate there. And already we're seeing so much ground get taken by ZZ. That's a lot of information as well.
Plenty, more than enough, right? And I love the fact that you're pointing it out consistently. That's so important. But ZZ not only finds the kill, but the spike holder as well. Oh, such a difficult spot to be in. But with it being so open, you know that the team is right around the corner. So ZZ wisely backs up, says, hey, not today. And Purdue Gold make the best out of a not so bad situation. CGC finding that first pick though, first blood their way. Where are they gonna go? Are they actually chasing up? No way. ZZ says, hey, I might find an opportunity. Peek shot, Jeff giving away their location. No one else looks, but Scope says, hey, I found the end of the alphabet. I'll go ahead and end their life.
Yeah, that was really good from Scopes. Just shut that down completely, and now they know nothing. Never mind, the Owl Drone actually gives them more than enough information as to where this potential push could be. Love the repositioning here. 0 point getting tossed in as well, but Nancy actually through the smoke is able to find Honcho. The jet smoke used as well to just try and zone things off. A Viper's Pit in response just to make sure that this is going to be an easier round here, but unfortunately that does make things a little bit harder for that operator to really get that value. 4v3, Purdue Gold might be able to actually win this one out.
I mean, at this point, I think everyone always has a chance to win it out. We've seen thrifties, we've seen aces, we've seen just about anything. The question, of course, comes about by the fact that the Viper's Pit actually goes down. So, little time to be in, and Yazin was ready, right? As long as Yazin is on it, does feel like it leans to CGC's favor. In goes the plan, but Scopes finds it. And again, Tone trying to get the full defuse off, and they're going to go for it, right? They're going to try and find it. Ansi's able to find it. One more to go, but Ansi finishes it off. Great play by the side of CGC to cover their defuse and win out a 6th round.
I'm not gonna lie, I am a little confused as to how that round went. Maybe a little bit of miscommunication actually coming in from Spaghetti. Runs out of the Viper's Pit, and as a result the Viper's Pit goes down, allowing for the only utility that can really be utilized to the maximum effectiveness is going to be from CGC. And we saw exactly what happened. They were able to get it to half, get themselves set up around that Viper's wall so that as soon as it dropped, they're able to trade effectively and get the defuse there. Now Purdue Gold are back onto a save. The Blade Storm from Jeff is going to be activated, but same from Jeff already. It's going to be a little bit of a trade here. Never mind, Jeff comes out on top as they will also pick up a Vandal here, and they do it on the site, but Jeff has a man. It's simply unfair. Purdue Gold, they run over CGC. Yazin left alive with an operator, but that's about it.
Jeff just saying, listen, you better say my name. What's my name? Oh, my Lord. Ran that one perfectly. And again, Jeff, that's, I think, the second time that we've seen a couple resets off those knives, right? Very, very well played. And even the gunfight at the very end, just the hard spray, well fought. A lot of ultra Gs, right? A lot of utility being played out, but it's enough. CGC now placed into that save round. ZZ working with a rifle only and gonna pray that that works out for them. Purdue Gold looking like they are ready to stomp their way back and try and tie things up. CGC sitting on 6, more than enough, as they hard push on the side. This is a very aggressive push. They don't check that corner just yet. King Lion Leo takes 2. Crafty able to find 1. The operator cries out, but Crafty able to find a headshot. That's a huge rifle drop for the side of CGC.
Yeah, look at this. They're actually willing to just completely abandon that B side, allow that spike to go down, which is totally fine. They've got rifles now, so they can coordinate a strike back. CGC, this is their 30 round. You know what this means. Well, Toneho going to be taking first point contact, only a sheriff in hand, not able to find anything, but also doesn't get shot, so that's a good sign.
Toxins going up.
It's always a good day when you don't get shot at. You don't get shot at. That's always a, yeah, S+ day right there.
I would agree.
Yeah. Looking at it here, Ansi is unfortunately not going to have an A+ day. Instead, has a little bit of a loose day. Tone finds another, and it's down to a 2v2 through the wall. You get a couple shots off, but don't find it. Tone says, "Hey, I only need 1." Down to 5 HP. Spaghetti says, "Not today." 3K for the Viper on Viper action. And Spaghetti is looking smooth. Purdue Gold pushed to only a 2-round difference.
Yeah, 2 more rounds in this half as well. So Purdue Gold could very much start to pull things back. I'm very curious to see how they're going to look like on defense. As we saw, it seemed like they were a little bit better on the offense. But that was also a scent. This is their own map pick. And once again, CGC were the ones who picked defense to start things out. Yazin, not going to go for the operator. We're going to have all Vandals all day, all full shields as well. This time it's going to be a nice clean B hit. But we're seeing that similar presence from CGC actually going in onto mid to put on a lot of pressure here, which really makes things a lot harder. But no command activated. Purdue Gold could march their way right in.
No one there to challenge them either. They wisely back off, and a couple sprays through the smoke though. Tone is able to lay down a little bit of damage. Nothing more though than just tag, right? Plant goes down. Wall is up, so it's going to be a little bit of time ticked off the clock. What do they want to do here? CGC entering in from 2 different spots, one running around the top corner. They're going to find it. Ansi finds one. ZZ finds Honcho. Beautiful picks to start things off. In goes a flash just to flush out the corner. ZZ finds Jeff and is looking for 2 more. Ansi checking corner after corner, and they find both on the far side. Great pick. Ansi finds 1, and ZZ finishes it off. 3K for the Jet in 7 rounds for CGC.
Okay, we're in the realm of possibility where history will repeat itself now. I guess technically, no matter which way it went, it was entirely possible. But CGC are looking to make this 8-4 half happen again, and hopefully not let it get as close as possible. It seems like, I have to admit, they really have just slowed themselves down, you know, calmed things down, and are playing this a lot more methodically, and I think that's working out really well from them. We saw a little bit of a faster paced style, being more aggressive, trying to take more fights, and this time around, they're just playing this nice and classic Toneho. Has this Viper's Pit available. It's going to be used right off the bat, and that's really good, because that's going to make that Tour de Force not get a lot of value on that B site anymore. And, oh, never mind. All right, Jeff goes for the spray. And just like that, Pit is down. Rotation comes through, though. Defenders are getting ready.
Ooh. Now that shock bolt was a nasty entry. The doormat was not as kind as they would wish. It's gonna be a nice plant though once again. Oh, poison going in. So Purdue Gold laying on a lot here, saying, hey, we're not gonna give them a single chance. But look at where the Viper's Pit is actually placed. It's not exactly covering a majority share of that spot. So that's actually gonna be a problem, right? Ansi's able to find Honcho, and they're able to defuse outside of the smoke. That's actually so bad. ZZ though is able to find 1. Scope's able to fire off 2. And Yazin looking for spaghetti, and with that wall down, Scopes is able to fire across map. Oh, look at that. The ultimate going down actually helps out the team. And now the Hunter's Fury, right? This should be the finisher. They're going to tail it all the way out and should land themselves in a 7-5 position. Easy does it. Scopes with a 4K.
I love pressing Q to win. Okay, it's not Q in this game, it's actually X. But yeah, just an overwhelming dominance being presented thanks to all of those ultimates. There's nothing you can honestly do when you're coming up against that much. So, Purdue Gold, they take it 5-7. They are going to be on this defense. Scopes already on a cheeky angle. And CGC, if they're able to get the pistol round, which they have been pretty consistent, at least at getting the very first pistol round on these maps, then that could give them the lead that they really want. Purdue Gold, though, let's remember on Ascent, they were able to get the second pistol round. Looking like they want to do that one yet again. The position is pretty standard when it comes to that defense. The Viper's Wall being used pretty deep onto B, actually, to just deny sight and make it a lot more difficult for them to actually get onto the site. But you know what, CGC, they completely split themselves up, playing a little bit more default, flush out that utility before they commit onto any of these sites.
I mean, not even committing, not even peeking around some of those corners you can see here. They've completely fallen back, so saying, hey, we're not even going to test those waters.
Yeah, what's the rush?
Yeah, we don't have to. Last time we did this, we had a lot of fun. We absolutely did, but that was on a set. That was not Breeze, so we're not gonna skill check anyone. But they have opted to lock down the A site, and they guessed correctly, right? Multiple members actually on B and mid, and now they're gonna dash in. ZZ gets a free plant, and it's gonna be on the retake. Purdue Gold. Now we get to see if their defense is as strong here as it was back in the previous map. Yazin though able to find Jeff for an early first blood, looking for a few more around the corner. Spike ticking away. ZZ falls to Scopes, who has a headhunter of their own. for at least one more, and Real Honcho able to get the crossfire. Scopes able to find another tone,
Last
find
player
Spaghetti.
standing.
And do you find anyone on the
No.
top side? Yes, you do. Purdue Gold make it look easy. Everyone is dead. 3 left alive on the side of Purdue Gold as they lock down the 6th round.
Yeah, and honestly, that's such a good retake coming in from them. It's, pistol rounds are always interesting just because you don't necessarily know how things will go because it's a little bit up in the air, but it also ensues a little bit of craziness, let's call it that. And when Purdue Gold are playing that defense and they look really good on their retakes based on previous maps, I think it's going to be pretty easy for them. Now, they're going to be actually buying up pretty heavily here. We're seeing 2 Bulldogs come online, as well as a Vandal. You know what? Let's hope that CGC don't win this round, because that's going to be really difficult for Purdue Gold to be able to recover from that one. If they're able to hold on to those Bulldogs, I actually think that it is very contestable to bonus on that 3rd round and a half.
Gotta agree with you on that one. So, a lot of questions for the team to follow up on. Jeff actually going for a Bulldog heavy buy here. Surprising a little bit, I would say. And no real necessary spot, but Jeff is able to make value out of it. Ansi is going to fall, and does he just outside of the zone? Spaghetti still saying, this is my opportunity. This is my spot to be in. Around the corner to go, Jeff says, 3K for
Down
me.
mid.
Easy work here. And Honcho gonna look for
enemy
one of their
remaining.
own as they also have the Vandal. Flying out, a couple shots go out, and unfortunately ZZ can't do anything about it. Landed 3 shots, not to the head. Flawless round for Purdue Gold.
Yeah, that just looked easy from them. It's that confidence level that they're coming in here, and the fact that they're taking a flawless round, oh yeah, they're going to be good. Scopes goes for the operator, no question. Full send that one, buddy, because the fact of the matter is, those 3 Bulldogs are going to still be good on this round. On top of that too, Honcho had a Vandal in hand, so despite the fact that we are seeing CGC bring out rifles, I actually think that Purdue Gold are going to be able to fight them, because CGC have to do this with not their maximum utility. And they're going to try their best here. But Jeff is in an optimal position to spray things down, gets a dink, but immediately taken out.
Revealing area.
ZZ getting a bit of revenge here. They're going to look for a bit more. 7-7 is the score, and Scopes hoping to chase for a little bit longer. Honcho says ZZ, gotta wake up. No more ZZs for you. Anti and Tone say more and more as their guns do all the talking. Last few in the back line, Yazin finds one. Scopes gets a shot off, but Yazin finishes it off, chasing for the operator. As CGC let things tie up, but do not allow the lead.
Yeah, and I talked about those Bulldogs. You're in a weird spot on that 3rd round if you're bonusing with Bulldogs. Ideally, you'd want to play things a little bit more closer quarters, but this is Breeze. Those long-range sightlines tend to be a little bit more favorable, especially too if you're going up against multiple people. So it was just a little bit easier for CGC to just run things over. Hello, Mr. Bear. How are you tonight? And of course, the Bulldogs just can't contest the Vandal because you get those close quarter kills, and then you can just run it down onto the squad, make your way onto site, and then just take them out long range. Make it nice and easy, overwhelm them with numbers, and already CGC on site. Scopes completely blind here and just gunned down.
That's a moment that you're just like, you can't really do too much out of there, right?
No.
Feels kind of bad. Great play so far. With 2 down, I mean, what more can you do, right? This is a shotty outside the corner, and Yazin. Oh, Yazin says a door ain't gonna save you here. You checked the wrong side, though. As King Lion Leo says, I don't need a door to protect me. Great shots on an unsuspecting Yazin. But now they know where they are, right? Purdue Gold both coming down this hallway, giving away a lot of their information, which unfortunately is the way things go. Shots into the corner, not really landing. Spaghetti trying to shoot through that wall and saying, give me a chance, please. In goes that wall. Operator picks up. Spaghetti able to find one. You get a shot in the body. Spaghetti falls, and now you gotta run, right? King Lion Leo says, if I'm gonna die, I'm taking a few with me. You take 4. Beautifully done. CGC, though, take the round.
I'm like, should people even buy Vandals anymore? Sheriffs seem like they're kind of rated supreme, if I'm being completely honest with you. The Sheriff percent of kills is uncanny in this game right now. Yeah, sure, we can talk about whether the fact of the matter is that CGC won that round based off the explosion, but the players all seem very sharp with their accuracy. That's to say the least. There's going to be a Blade Storm available for CGC here. Don't imagine that they use it. But a null command for Purdue Gold. I think that they're going to use that to really delay things or re-enter in onto site. Keep in mind, both these teams now will have rifles. Both their economies are looking like, well, specifically Purdue Gold, might not be in the best situation. They have to win this round, otherwise things get a little bit dire again.
Well, Spaghetti is thinking he's a little bit harder here. Yazin, though, says, hey, spray through the wall once again. It's my MO. Chance options, though. King Lion Leo takes one. With the suppression going down, the spike is planted. Crafty able to lay into one. Couple eyes open. Jeff still able to find multiple kills, and Honcho finds an unsuspecting Tone. Ansi able to drop Honcho inside of that KO. No command. Inside the smoke, though. Jeff trying to wait it out. Goes halfway. Not anymore. And around the corner, Jeff finds it. It'll be Purdue Gold. Claiming an 8 to tie things up. And can't save Honcho, but you save the round.
Yeah, and on top of that, too, you get to save the rifle. I think that's actually a little bit more important in this scenario because, like I said, the economy is not necessarily solid for either of these teams. You have to take every single advantage that you can potentially pick up in that last round. CGC, though,
Anyone have funds to spare?
all ultimates all day long. The tour de force is going to be used right off the bat, and I imagine Tono is going to just pop the Viper's Pit. Make this so difficult for Purdue Gold to even get into any of the sites. Their major defense is going to be on that mid area. He has it already diffs scopes, but once again, has to be a little bit careful. If they do move in through mid, they're going to take a lot of ground.
Oh, and ZZ actually trading out on the knives a little bit. Yazin and Tone, though, able to make it happen. So for what it's worth, a thrifty round, but the ultimate's expended 2 at least. You know, for all you were saying, Purdue Gold trying to lock out CGC from the site. It looks like it was all kind of in vain, unfortunately, right? Wrong site to be using it on. So CGC saying, yep, we'll take that 50-50 and we win. Oh, the wall goes out, gives plenty of information as to where Purdue Gold are. Tone is just waiting. Tone knows exactly what's going on. Once that wall falls, it will be huge. A little bit of a swing. Yazin makes it a 30-round victory. CGC land on double digits. Marks, we're right back. It's Deja Vu game number 1. 10-8 is the score.
Yep, history shall repeat itself once again. Potentially. Honestly, Purdue Gold, I think that they could bring this one back. They have the tour de force online now, and Scopes, while last round Yazin was able to run away with things, Scopes is still honestly really good under the chamber, and I think that tour de force will make that shine, especially on that angle. If Yazin is the first pick, that could be huge for this defense. Scopes, watching it down, but immediately actually gets shut down, the null command, and look at that, breaks his knees on the way out, and this is just going to be CGC storming onto site. It's going to be a very fast plan. As soon as the Hunter's Fury finds a little bit of information, but not able to find any kill.
Ooh. Well, not kills, but plenty of damage, right? Jeff is taking quite low. ZZ able to clean up on the back end, and ZZ has done so well in this kind of lurk and frontal position, right? Consistently having a player that's willing to push and take these awkward engages is so important to the team, right? I think that is a huge thing, and even there, Scopes tried to take a peek, couldn't find it. It's a flawless round, and even though we did say it was that 30 round, I mean, it's still so well done by CGC, right? When you know an opportunity has arisen for you to take a huge fight and further your lead, it's so important that you don't let that opportunity go. So well done.
We did it. We've successfully restarted the Matrix. Thrifty rounds aren't the way that these teams are going to be winning here. A clean gun round coming in from CGC. They had the rifle advantage, and boy, howdy do they flex that. It's going to be a little bit of a scattered buy coming in from Purdue Gold. This is going to be a key round for them. If they lose this one, that's going to put them on 12-8 match point with a gun disadvantage. They have to make sure that they win this one. I cannot stress that enough, Orbital.
I mean, we can stress it all we want, but, I mean, it's up to the players, right, to feel that pressure. Maybe they can hear us through the headset, maybe they're tuning in, but I gotta agree. It's so important that they're able to pull this one out. Not just pull it out, but pull it out in a proper victory, right? Not with just one person left, not with a random single player. But Yazin makes it very difficult. Ansi finds Spaghetti. It doesn't look like they heard you, Mark. You didn't yell loud enough. Spike gonna be planted here as Purdue Gold. Excuse me, a 3v5 are gonna have a rough time.
Wow, I'm a little bit surprised there that King Lion Leo didn't go for that second hit. Already pinged somebody up there, but it's just fallen apart in front of them. Jeff going to be trying to flex a little bit, tie things up, make this still winnable. Always winnable, but now is going to be having such a difficulty moving in. Let's also not forget, there's a Viper's Pit on site. Yazin comes in from behind and just gets that little backstab. King Lion Leo taken down as well. It was a hefty gamble. Purdue Gold have lost. Now this is going to be really hard for them to try and win this one.
You know, Marks, for how this game went, this one still feels relatively nice, right? Purdue Gold, remember, they're not out of the playoffs, right? This is a team that is not down and out at all. They still have a very nice chance in the playoff run. And the fact of the matter is, this is showing how close this division is, right? The fact that CGC had to battle through a 13-11 and now closing in on what could be a 13-8. Of course, plenty of time still to play. I'm very impressed at what these two teams have given us, and I'm so excited to see what the future holds for these two teams in playoffs. I'm excited to see if they play against each other again. That's what I really want to see. So right now, CGC hoping to close things out, make it a night round. Purdue working with a little bit of no armor situations. Can they make it happen? Only time will tell. Scopes with one of the cooler skins here. Again,
Well, let's agree to disagree.
Yeah. I know what you're thinking now.
There we
Scope
go.
said,
That's good.
You know,
Screw that skin.
Pain goes that way.
Oh, and yeah, that is tough. You wanted that Guardian to be able to get value, but I love the way that CGC are kind of just playing with their food right now. You know? They're playing it slow and waiting for Purdue Gold to feel a little bit uncomfortable, try and be more aggressive, and are just completely just getting shut down. Jeff spots the rotation through there, but ZZ takes him out. Nothing standing between CGC actually being able to take it all. Only one person left. This was clinical coming in. Spaghetti finds one. It's going to be 1v4. Has to get this ace if they want to win.
It's gonna be a chance, and I mean, listen, we've seen some stuff, but Yazin said no. Instead of an ace, it's a team ace to spare. CGC move to 7-1 after that thrilling 2-0, and say it's all time for us. So well done, and again, Yazin from start to finish leading the team forward with the kills, but it was by no means a one-man show all the way through, right? ZZ stepping up, so many others on the team giving it their all to give us that 2-0. CGC have got to be proud.
Absolutely, and once again, that is really big for them because that means that they're in the top two. That really solidifies their position, especially too as we get closer and closer towards playoffs. I was about to say further from playoffs, and that wasn't right, but I think you know what I meant. A bit of a tough defeat for Purdue Gold. Obviously, they wanted to come in here and really show them what they were worth, and to be completely honest with you, I think that they demonstrated that more than enough, that they are still competitive. And on top of that too, they're still locked in for playoffs. So I'm sure we're going to see more from this team, just like you said, they're orbital.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a great time. And of course, that is going to be it here for the B stream for NECC. I believe there's still some more Valorant action over on the A stream. I think they're going underway with their second game or maybe third game of the series. So if you're still interested in watching, go ahead and tune over there. But that'll be it for us here. My name is Orbital. With me has been Marks on production, has been Peak and Caroline giving us all the fantastic action. Thank you so much for tuning in and have a fantastic night.